Hello, hello. Welcome to our workshop. And Madam Clerk, am I to understand we're heading into executive session?
Yes, so the 6 o'clock on the agenda is executive session. The matter is executive session pursuant to Maine Revised Statutes Annotated Title I, Section 4056C, to discuss an economic development issue of which the premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive bargaining position of the city. Requested action to enter into an executive session pursuant to Maine Revised Statutes Annotated Title I, Section 4056C, to discuss an economic development issue of which the premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive bargaining position of the city.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Councilor LaChapelle, a second?
Second.
Councilor Jelinas? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Or counsel from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 6-0.
We'll see you back here at 7. Thank you.
Council, we'll be meeting in my office for executive session. Okay.
Hello. There we go. We just came back from executive session, and I believe Madam Clerk will be heading to another one.
Yes, we have the motion ready, if you're all set, Mr. Mayor. The next item is executive session regarding a legal matter. Requested action to enter into an executive session pursuant to Maine Revised Statutes annotated Title I, Section 4056E, to discuss a legal matter.
May I have a motion?
Motion.
Councilor McCarthy, second by Councilor Clement. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Your counsel from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
We will see you very soon.
So then is,
Hel-
does this?
Hello, good evening. Please, this meeting will come to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It has been a very busy time. Among other things, I've been concerned about our lake, and you will find this on our website and in the near the agenda packet, some information. I encourage you to take a look at it and get involved. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Let's see here. All roll call votes for this meeting will begin with the Council of Ward 2.
And do we have the minutes?
Oh, yes, if we could bring the minutes to the next meeting, that would be great. Thank you.
We will do that.
Yep, thank you. The next item would be public comment.
Yes, we will be going to public comment for items that are not on the agenda. Any member of the public may make comments regarding issues pertaining to Lewiston City Government. This period is reserved for non-agenda items. Public comment is also allowed during individual agenda items. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Please state your name for the record, and please indicate if you're a Lewiston resident. Because this is a business meeting of the Lewiston City Council, all questions should be directed to the mayor, who will ask staff to follow up at a future time. It is illegal for the City Council to allow comments related to personnel matters. All personnel complaints should be made directly to our city administration office. Any public comment for items that are not on the agenda?
I was told if I had a statement about a financial conflict of interest of a sitting council member, that I should speak now rather than before the agenda item. Is that correct?
I'm seeing yes from staff, so yes.
Okay. My name is Rebecca Adamson, they, them. I live at 617 Main Street in Ward 1. Mayor Shalene, council members, and community of Lewiston, for more than 2 months now, this council has debated the proposition of constructing a 24-bed, 24-hour, low-barrier homeless shelter. There are many existing private shelter beds in Lewiston. They are nearly almost always full. There are more than 200 students in the Lewiston school system who have been identified as homeless. One shelter, 24 beds. It's not a lot of beds compared to the need, but it is a lot of money. I encourage the public to look up the price of city general assistance vouchers for single-room occupancy and 0 bedroom, as well as emergency housing vouchers through the American Rescue Plan Act issued through Lewiston Housing, as well as COVID emergency rental assistance used through American Rescue Plan funds through Community Concepts. For years, the properties at 377 Main Street, 88 and 230 Bartlett Street, 163 and 165 Bate Street have acted as a de facto shelter for the homeless and housing insecure of Lewiston. From January 1st, 2020 through March 31st, 2022, this city has paid over $184,000 in general assistance funds to those addresses. Those payments were issued to Advanced Heating Solutions, a company owned by a current city council member, Councilmember LaChapelle. During the February proposal with the Lewiston Transitional Resource Center, this council member did not disclose potential financial conflicts of interest or recuse himself from discussion. During the March moratorium motion, this council member did not discuss financial conflicts of interest or recuse himself from discussion, despite the mention of general assistance funds in Maine and Lewiston as a potential draw for homeless individuals outside of our area to come. Zoning issues were also mentioned as a reason to pursue a shelter moratorium, but Advanced Heating Solutions twice in 2018 petitions for property rezoning for 163, 165 Bate Street and for 230 Bartlett Street to allow for multifamily units. I had to submit a freedom of access ask request in order to get this information. I believe this information should have been revealed to the public. For the city charter, section 8.04, personal financial interest. If any elected or appointed official, officer, or employee of the spouse or any such person has a financial interest, direct or indirect, in any contract with the city or the purchase or sale of any land, material, supplies, or services to the city or to a contractor supplying the city, that official shall make known that interest and shall refrain from voting upon or otherwise participating in the capacity of an elected or appointed official. I'd also urge you to look at rules governing the city council for period January 4th, 2022 through January 9th, 2024, especially section 6A through E, Deliberation and vote are prohibited. No municipal officer shall participate in the deliberation or vote or otherwise take part in the decision-making process on any agenda item before the council in which the official or immediate family member has a financial or special interest other than the interest held by the public generally. I yield my time. Thank you.
Please, thank you. There shall be no applause. I forgot to mention that earlier.
Charles Arthur Soul, 135 Butler Street, Lewiston, Maine, age 69 years young. I've been coming to these meetings since 1986, when I first ran for Mayor Lewiston against Mr. Pleward Parkway. Honorable person, by the way. I'm here today to address the fact that I have found over the years that I have attended these meetings, and I find that all of the most important agenda items are placed in the rear and not in the front, even though they are on their last reading. And I find that a shame, and I think it's something that should be looked at by the City Council. If an agenda is on its last leg, a last public hearing, it should be placed number 1 on the docket, not placed number 8 on the docket, and then that way people have to stay up all night, miss work, and you lose the TV viewing audience. I have made a request that number 8 be placed in number 1 position, and I was ignored by Council Ward 5 and the City Council. Thank you.
That concludes public comment. Madam Clerk.
Item number 1, all set for item number 1?
One more public comment. I apologize. I thought they were waiting in line.
Oh, okay. For items that are not on the agenda.
Not on the agenda. So,
please continue, sir.
So my name is Alex Diamond Stanek. I live in Ward 2. I just wanted to say a couple words about the budget. First of all, I wanted to thank the city staff, the school staff for their hard work on this. But I just wanted to raise the issue of wanting to invest in our schools and in our community. I know there's been discussion about, wanting Lewiston to be an attractive place for people to live. I should say I live in Lewiston. I work in Lewiston. I have 3 kids who go to Lewiston Public Schools. My parents live in Lewiston. And I think the kind of community that I want to be a part of is the community that invests in itself and gives resources to the things that need resources, including our school system. So just thinking about that we want places where families can thrive across generations, and that takes investment in our community. I know there's ideas of expanding recreational programs for seniors. I know my parents would really be excited about that. And at the same time, I also think my kids and their peers need investment in our schools. And so as we're talking about the school budget, et cetera, I just want to make sure that we are doing what we can to invest in our future. I think people want to live in a place where the community is taken care of. It's not just about sort of, is your mill rate slightly lower than some arbitrary number that's kind of abstract. I think it's about, are we doing things for our community? Thank you.
Jason Lavoie, 242 Park Street. I live in Ward 5. Last week, a couple weeks ago, I addressed during public comment about the need for a crosswalk at Looking Ahead Clubhouse. I wanted to thank you folks, thank the Public Works Director for putting it in my ear that crosswalk was funded and approved. I think that is a major step in the right direction for the clubhouse. We do a lot for the community, and I would like to invite each and every one of you to come check out Looking Ahead Clubhouse and see what we're all about. We're helping put the disabled to work and giving them transitional employment. And we'd also love the opportunity to have some of our members come do a presentation about what Clubhouse is like for us. And again, invite you guys to come up and check out Looking Ahead Clubhouse. Clubhouse International has been around for a number of years. There are clubhouses all over the world, and it's definitely an interesting organization to have in our city, providing jobs for people that have been out of the workforce and work skills for people who are needing to go into the workforce. So I'd like to invite you all to check out Looking Ahead Clubhouse. If you need to get a hold of me, the mayor certainly knows how to get a hold of me. And I'm sure Kathy could provide you a way to get a hold of me. So if you have any questions about Clubhouse, we'd certainly like to invite all of you to come check us out, especially the mayor and city councilor Scott, because it's in Ward 1, and any of you that would like to check out Clubhouse. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Rachel Ward and I live in Ward 7. We live in the one-way streets of River and Oxford Street. Unfortunately, after a long day of advocating for our children in Augusta, when I get home, it's very difficult to get home because even though it's a no parking zone, there's constantly cars all over the street. It's also not safe for my children to play outside because despite the 10-mile-per-hour speed limit, people are going 25, 30, 50 down Oxford and River Streets. If we could do something to address this, whether it be with the police department or otherwise, it would be very much appreciated.
Thank you. Further public comment? Public comment is now closed. Madam Clerk, agenda item number 1.
Item number 1, public hearing on a new application for a liquor license for Sherman Oaks California Kitchen, 50 Lisbon Street. Requested action to authorize the city clerk's office to approve a new application for a liquor license for Sherman Oaks California Kitchen, 50 Lisbon Street.
May I have a motion? Councilor Pease, followed by Councilor Harriman. Discussion? Public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Ward 7,
Yes.
Ward 1.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 2.
Item number 2, public hearing for approval of an outdoor entertainment permit for the Lewiston Farmers Market concerts. Requested action to conduct a public hearing on an application for an outdoor entertainment event for the Lewiston Farmers Market concerts and to grant a permit for an outdoor entertainment event as required by the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 10, Article 1, Section 10-3, to the Lewiston Farmers Market Association for outdoor music concerts for the market, contingent upon positive recommendations from the Police Department, Fire Department, Code Health Officer, and Land Use Inspector regarding compliance with all regulations and compliance with all city ordinances.
Councilor McCarthy, followed by Councilor Pease. Discussion? Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Ward 7,
Yes.
and Ward 1.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 3.
Item number 3, public hearing for approval of outdoor concert sponsored by LA Arts at Kennedy Park. Requested action to conduct a public hearing on an application from LA Arts for the evening outdoor concerts to be held at Kennedy Park on May 27th, June 24th, July 29th, August 26th, and September 30th, and to authorize a permit for an outdoor entertainment event as required by the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 10, Article 1, Section 10-3, to LA Arts for the outdoor concerts, contingent upon positive recommendations from the Police Department, Fire Department, Code Land Use Officer, and Code Health Officer regarding compliance with all regulations and compliance with all city ordinances.
May I have a motion? Councilor Harriman, followed by Councilor Pease. Discussion? Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Ward 7,
Yes.
Ward 1.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 4.
Item number 4, public hearing and final passage regarding an amendment to the Fire Prevention and Protection Ordinance. Requested action that the proposed amendments to the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 38, Fire Prevention and Protection, Section 38-26, Codes Adopted, receive final passage by a roll call vote.
So moved.
Councilor McCarthy?
Second.
Councilor LaChapelle? And I notice that we have Chief Karen here. Is there anything you'd like to say?
No, this is the final passage. If you don't have any questions, I'm just here to answer any questions you might have.
Discussion from the council? Public comment on this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Ward 7,
Yes.
Ward 1.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you very much, Chief. Madam Clerk, the next agenda item, please.
Item number 5, public hearing and first passage regarding an amendment to Chapter 66, Streets and Sidewalks, Article 2, Permitted Uses, and Article 3, Obstructions. Requested action that the proposed amendments to the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 66, Streets and Sidewalks, Article 2, Permitted Uses, Section 66-36, tables, chairs, and benches, and merchandise on sidewalks or public ways, and Article 3, Obstructions, Section 66-71, obstruction sidewalk, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance be continued to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting for final passage.
Councilor Pease, followed by Councilor McCarthy. Administrator Hunter, who do we have for staff for this agenda item?
Director Hediger's working his way over to the microphone.
Director Hediger. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure. This is a relatively simple request here, I think, given the pandemic. We had requests to occupy sidewalks that was limited to food establishments. Forced us to look at the ordinance. It was dated. This provides more clarification as to how sidewalks can be occupied by businesses, not just restaurants, but we're opening it up for merchants as well. So if people want to have retail sales on the sidewalk, they can do that. Ensures that ADA requirements are going to be met, so sidewalks are still free and clear for pedestrian access.
Discussion? Councilor Scott.
I just want to thank you for updating this. I think this is great. I love the idea that we're going to be able to continue what we were able to do during the pandemic, and also to open it up to businesses being able to do some merchant sales on the sidewalk. I think is a great thing. Thank you.
Councilor Harriman.
I would concur. I'm glad that there will be provisions made to ensure that there's safe passage for pedestrians and anybody in a wheelchair or any other mobility device.
I'd like to open this agenda item up for public comment. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Ward 7,
Yes.
Ward 1.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Madam Clerk, agenda item number 6.
Item number 6, recommendation from the planning board for a request to change the zoning at 1542 Main Street from low-density residential to office residential. Requested action, that the proposed amendment to rezone the property at 1548 Main Street from the low-density residential to office residential receive first passage by a roll call vote, and to continue the public hearing for final passage to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Councilor Clement, followed by Councilor Pease. Director Hediger, is there anything you'd like to start us off with?
I'll just note that this property is split zone between office residential and low-density residential. Ideally, properties wouldn't be split zoned. Makes the development of it a little more challenging. The property was recently purchased. The Morans are actually interested in doing multifamily development on it, which is allowed in the OR, but not in the LDR, LDR being the back portion of this property. They petitioned the planning board to change the zone of the property to all office residential. Staff supported it, the planning board supported it. It's before you folks this evening. Mr. Moran is somewhere in here, if there are any questions for him.
Discussion from the council. Councilor Scott?
Thank you. So, and I believe it was said to this, but the planning board, was there any comments or public comment on the 3 properties that are right next to it? They're on Main Street.
There was an abutter from across the street who just had some general questions. My understanding is the Morans met with him afterwards and there wasn't any concerns.
Great, thank you.
Councilor McCarthy?
What other uses would be allowed on that, changing it to office residential in case they change their mind?
Had to ask. So in your packets under Exhibit B, there's a table in there that lists both what the LDR standards are, which is currently allowed, and then the office residential. So there are other things that could potentially be allowed there that aren't now, like personal services. So if they wanted to put some type of office building there or something like that, they could. That's currently not allowed there. You could have a veterinary clinic there that you couldn't have there now. But you'll see when you look at this list, a lot of the uses are the same. A daycare center, you could have a small daycare center there now, which would be limited to 12 children, but if you wanted to have a larger daycare center, you could do that in the future. And multifamily.
I see marijuana cultivation is on there too.
Marijuana cultivation.
That's not
It is, but it's not a permitted use.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
So you're just looking at the ones that have
Have a
the
P.
P and the C on them. P being for permitted use, C for conditional use. If the column is empty, that means the use is not allowed.
Thank you very much for explaining that. Thank you, sir.
Always a pleasure to have you, Director Hediger. Any further discussion from the council? Public comment for this agenda item?
I just want to address the fact, like, everyone is aware that we have a housing shortage, right? Like, that is the thing. If we're moving this to be split office residential, are we going to make options for travel? Because Main Street's a 2-lane street and it's already busy enough as it is. If we're going to start putting businesses there, there's going to be more traffic there. And it's already hard enough to make a traffic passage through there currently.
I apologize. Can you please state your name and whether you live in Lewiston?
I'm Rachel Ward. I live in Ward 7.
Thank you. Please continue.
So that's my biggest concern with this proposal. Honestly, it's already hard enough to make traffic passage there. I haven't looked into the statistics, but it does strike me as a high hit area for motor vehicle collisions. And adding more traffic there makes it a bigger problem. That's it.
Thank you. Further public comment on this agenda item? Back to the council for discussion. Councilor LaChapelle?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. To address the ladies' concerns, when it comes down to actual development, planning, and review, when it goes in front of the planning board, if there's any development, that's the time where the planning board and staff will start requiring traffic studies or any of those requirements. So I don't want you to think it's fallen on deaf ears, miss. So that will be looked at any time. So this, before anything's developed, there's some process that the Morans would have to go through.
Councilor Scott?
Thank you. And I just want to point out that looking at this development and why they're trying to get the zoning changes is because they're trying to develop a multifamily development. This is way out on Main Street, closer to Pelletier's Karate, and I actually think that this is a good project. So I appreciate that we have community members that are looking to put a project like this into an area where there actually, on that side of the street, is not a lot of housing. So thank you.
Further discussion from the council? Councilor McCarthy?
Yeah, I have to concur with Linda. As long as the houses that are along Main Street don't, the neighbors to this were not opposed to this development, I think it's a great idea. We do have a housing shortage, and to go ahead and move forward with multifamily housing in a rural area where people can enjoy the outdoors, I think it's a great idea.
Further comments from the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Madam Clerk, agenda item number 7.
Item number 7, public hearing and first passage to amend the land use code for private, commercial, and industrial subdivisions to amend frontage requirements for developments and front yard and building setbacks on private roads. Requested action to approve first passage to amend the Land Use Code, Article 13, Section 10, additional standards for private, commercial, and industrial subdivisions, to amend frontage requirements for developments and front yard and building setbacks on private roads, and to continue the public hearing for final passage to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
May I have a motion? Councilor Pease, followed by Councilor LaChapelle. Discussion? Director Hediger, anything you'd like to say?
Not really, unless you have questions. No, this is a little used provision in our ordinance. Actually, I think there's only one development that's taken advantage of it since 1992, and it's actually the same development now that is looking for additional modifications. Basically, it allows industrial and commercial developments in areas where there's already an existing development pattern, additional flexibility either because of that development pattern or natural features that might not otherwise meet our public and private road standards. So we're looking to make those changes a little more flexible to allow development to continue. Again, this was a petition change from Mr. Gatto, who is here as well. If there are questions about it, the planning board was supportive of it, staff was supportive of it as well.
Comments from the council? Public comment on this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2? Oh, sorry.
Do I get to vote twice?
No, sorry. I was just on a roll, Counselor, sorry. So motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 8.
Item number 8, public hearing and first and final passage for a moratorium ordinance regarding new low-barrier homeless shelters. Requested action that the proposed moratorium ordinance regarding new low-barrier homeless shelters to be effective retroactively to March 28th, 2022, receive first passage by a roll call vote.
May I have a motion?
Second.
Councilor Pease, followed by Councilor LaChapelle. Yes, we will be starting off with, Madam Clerk, it would be appropriate to start off with the public hearing?
Yes.
Okay. As everyone is getting into formation here, there are signs, and are we aware of the path for public comment? Okay. And, we mostly know the drill at this point, but I'll just review some rules. So each speaker is permitted to speak once for 3 minutes and is asked to state their name and if they are a Lewiston resident or taxpayer. And if you're not a Lewiston resident or taxpayer, please head to the back of the line. We ask the speakers would be respectful at all times, exercise decorum, and refrain from disparaging remarks. We appreciate that some speakers may be very passionate about an issue, and we encourage speakers to strive to be accurate in their statements and avoid making personal, rude, or provocative remarks. I would also add, we do have a sound system here, and if you keep your, please keep your voice at a normal level, that would be great. All remarks should be directed to the presiding officer, and persons present at the council meeting should not interrupt, nor applaud or otherwise express approval or disapproval of any statements made at the meeting. I think we're ready for the first person. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for having us. My name is Tim Gallant. I'm Ward 7. I'm also a planning board member. I thought I should make sure I state that up front here for the city. I am for the moratorium, kind of, and I'll explain why. Basically, those who don't know me, I do a ton of work with homeless people here in Lewiston. Every weekend, we're out at the homeless camps giving food, clothing. It's amazing that we have that many people out here in the system. So I know firsthand exactly the situation, and I believe firsthand we need to have something in place at some point to take care of this problem and situation. My biggest concern, and I'm going to go over 3 points in this particular presentation that I have, is that number one is we have an active ad hoc board set up for shelter committee that's going to do business till July 31st. It's my opinion that this ought to be pushed off till you get the results of that committee, so you can make a really good opinion or a good decision on what's going to happen. And at that point, maybe it's the second week of August, when the mayor has a chance to get his ad hoc committee notes together, they can present to you, the council, what we should be doing as far as this situation. Because currently, we don't know. Nobody has the handle on it. Nobody's got the finger on it. And it'd be really simple just to push this away until the committee meets and does their business, and at which time then you all can come back and do your business. If not, then I was getting support of moratorium. I have a little problem with the situation. I'm going to be presented next week at the planning board the first step of the $30 million Tree Street grant coming forward.
Excuse me, we need to keep our comments germane to the current motion, which is the moratorium.
I am. It addresses homelessness in that report, which is not being addressed by them, period. So I think it does, in fact, apply itself to that.
Please
Seeing how they
continue.
address that.
Please continue.
Thank you. And the third part that I have a problem with, unfortunately, is your ad hoc board, which is probably made up of nonprofits who have nothing to do with homelessness. And I'd ask all you people who support homelessness out here to look at who's making these decisions for us about the people in homelessness. I hate to say that. There's some great organizations on there. I've supported them and I've worked with them. But only 3 of them really do anything for homelessness. The rest are farming, rents, things like that. And I think it's just sad that we don't have a good representation from our wards. And by the way, only 4 members that I could prove are Lewiston citizens. The rest are not. And they're going to make decisions on what's going to happen in our community. Thank you very much for the time.
Hello, Mayor. My name is Patty Gagne, and I live in Ward 7. And I am for the moratorium, mainly because there are so many unknowns. Let's not rush through something. This is our tax dollars we're talking about. This is all of our money. Grant money comes from tax dollars. It's government money. So there are so many unknowns. I appreciate, Mayor, that you set up an ad hoc committee. There's an attempt here to set it right. You know, just look at a lot of alternatives. But let's not rush into something. Too many unknowns. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Steve Bannister. I live in Ward 6, and I stand in favor of the moratorium. I think time is needed to make sure that the decisions that we're making, the amount of money that needs to be put up forth to get a project like this done and done right, takes time. And I have the full support of the city councilors. Thank you. I fully support the city councilors.
Hello, Ashley Medina. I'm in Ward 5. So although tonight is the official public hearing for this moratorium on homeless shelters, in many ways it feels like we've been having this public hearing on this topic ever since the March 15th council meeting. At the March 15th and April 5th meetings, a combined total of 50 different community members came to these chambers to give you their feedback about this moratorium. Between them, they made 78 public comments. 5 of those comments were in support of the moratorium. The remaining 73 were all opposed to the moratorium or its amendments, or in support of dropping a moratorium and instead having the mayor's shelter committee handle the issue.
Excuse me, if you could just lower your voice a little bit, that'd be great.
Sorry, I talk loud. That's 94%. 94% of the public comments made to the councilors about this issue have asked you repeatedly and for different reasons not to pursue a moratorium on homeless shelters. And yet, here we are. Despite the number of people you represent who have asked you to reconsider, 4 councilors have voted repeatedly to move this measure forward. I'm here tonight with others in our community to ask you one more time to not do this. We are here to ask you one more time to listen to us. We are asking you without anger and also without much expectation. Over the past 2 meetings, it has been clear that our comments have not swayed you. However, you are elected to represent us, And so here we are, one more time to tell you how we feel. This time, I am raising my voice alongside others together in hopes that you might hear us better that way and finally consider what we've been trying to tell you. We do not want a moratorium on homeless shelters. It's unnecessary, unpopular, and it sends a wrong message about Lewiston. This is not who we are as a community, and we do not feel represented by this council. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Thank you.
Good evening, Amy Smith, Ward 5. So many people have stood here before me to outline why the moratorium isn't necessary. They've told you, I'm here to tell you again, that the city already has all the tools you need to respond to any shelter proposal without a moratorium. I'm not saying that City Council has the exclusive right to respond to shelters. That power, as many powers in our government intentionally are, is split between different groups that have authority over different parts of the process. The City Council does have the exclusive right to decide how to spend the federal money set aside for people experiencing homelessness. Those funds were a big part of this council's conversation on May 15th, and concerns about them were used as justification for this moratorium. But the City Council doesn't need a moratorium to protect these funds. You already get to decide how they are used. The Planning Board has the right to decide where shelters can exist in our community. If people disagree with their decisions, there is a Board of Appeals to hear those complaints. Director Hediger outlined in his memo from March 1st the requirements that projects must meet in order to be approved by the Planning Board. Projects must demonstrate that the amount and type of traffic to be generated and hours of operation are comparable to surrounding uses, and the generation of noise, dust, odor, vibration, glare, smoke, litter, and other nuisances is comparable to surrounding uses. Quote, he states that the Planning Board's job is to consider whether the proposed shelter is of such a character that it will have significant adverse impact upon the value or quiet possession of surrounding properties greater than would normally occur. It's true that city councilors aren't the only ones who have input about where a shelter can operate, but that's a good thing. Our systems are set up this way to divide power and make sure that projects in our community receive a fair and balanced review. We don't need a moratorium because the Planning Board is up to this task. Their existing guidelines already address the concerns laid out as justification for this moratorium. Thank you for listening.
Hi, Amy Sanchez, Ward 5. The justifications listed in the moratorium don't actually show that we need a moratorium. They show that we don't need one. They either don't prove the point they're trying to make, or they prove our existing processes are already adequate. The first justifications focus on temporary shelters at the Armory and the Ramada. They say the time and money spent policing these shelters revealed the challenges that shelters pose for city resources. They specifically cite the price of staffing the Armory with police, but this cost was covered entirely by private operators of the shelter. They hired the police and they paid them for their work. How does that overburden city resources? The moratorium also cites 89 calls to the police in 11 months at the Ramada. But isn't the fact that police are called when there's an issue a good thing? The police chief's statement says their experience with shelter staff was overall favorable and supportive. These calls include medical emergencies and mental health support. These are services people in our community need regardless of where they are. The fact that police are being called proactively and then being supported by shelter staff sounds like a benefit, not a burden to the city. Finally, the moratorium says the city's current zoning and land use ordinances do not adequately address shelters, but it doesn't give any examples of how. It just says existing ordinances are inadequate to prevent serious public harm, including by adversely impacting the uses of other properties in the area, residents' quality of living, the ability of property owners to use their properties, or ability of property owners to improve and increase the values of their properties. But as was just stated, the planning board already considers almost exactly these things. The planning board is explicitly asked to assess whether a project will have significant adverse impact upon the value or quiet possession of surrounding properties greater than that would normally occur. They already evaluate whether a variety of nuisances will result from new development. How can these processes be inadequate if they already address exactly the concerns laid out in the moratorium? Thanks.
I'm Clara Tammany. I live in Ward 4 at Sophia's House, 143 Blake Street, Lewiston, but I speak here tonight on behalf of Trinity Church as well. The speaker before me mentioned public harm. This moratorium claims the existing ordinances and protocols around homeless shelters aren't enough to prevent serious public harm. It goes on to clarify that public harm includes, quote, adversely impacting the uses of other properties in the area, residents' quality of living, the ability of property owners to use their properties, or ability of property owners to improve and increase the value of their properties, unquote. You've already heard that the planning board, in fact, considers many of these exact questions when making permitting decisions. You also know that they have the power to appoint people to the planning board and that you could change the ordinances that guide their permitting decisions without a moratorium. But I would like to raise the question of public harm. What does that mean to our community? Do you really think that public harm means the potential loss of property value at a time when property values everywhere have risen to the point that people are being priced out of the community? Do you really think that seeing and interacting with people experiencing homelessness has such a harmful impact on our community's quality of life? Are these potential public harms so threatening and frightening that we must create a moratorium against the resources that could help some of the most vulnerable people in our community? The Lewiston community I know doesn't feel this way. The community I know is more concerned about public harms being done to the homeless. In the months that this moratorium has been up for discussion, there have been multiple violent attacks on unhoused members of our community. Where does this come into our conversation about public harm? Does the City Council really believe that the potential loss of property value is more important than the immediate physical life-threatening violence homeless people experience from other people and from the elements? I personally know an unhoused person who lost toes to frostbite this winter. The community I love and live in does not elevate one person's property value over another person's life. This moratorium does, and it doesn't represent our community.
Hi, I'm Crystal Vega. I am in Ward 5. I'm also the program coordinator for Sophia's House, and I experienced homelessness for probably most of my adult life. A lot of the conversation about this moratorium has been about low barrier shelters. Counselors have expressed concern about these types of shelters and have said they need a moratorium to take more time to understand their impacts. So I would like to take a moment to help you understand low barrier shelters and why we don't need a moratorium about them. Low barrier shelters do not mean no rule shelters. In fact, the National Alliance to End Homelessness recommends several rules for low barrier shelters. They advise low barrier shelter does not mean not having rules or expectations of the shelter participants, allowing people to act in ways that are unsafe to themselves or others, letting anything happen, or letting everyone in. They recommend the following rules: treat everyone with dignity and respect, use the shelter space in a respectful manner, be a good neighbor, no weapons are allowed in the shelter, and nothing may be used as a weapon once inside the shelter. And substance use is not allowed on the premises. All of these rules and others they may choose to set are enforceable by the shelter staff. Low barrier shelters don't mean that anything and everything is allowed. They are designed to house people who are not able to access other types of shelters. They do this by being open for more hours than other shelters and by eliminating barriers, like the need to line up for a bed each night, call ahead of time to reserve a bed, or leave early in the morning, or by allowing people to bring their pets and their possessions inside. Low-barrier shelters that receive state and federal funds have several required rules and regulations that are regularly audited. Part of the reason why so many unhoused people are sleeping outside and why community members spend their own money every winter to put these people in hotels so they don't freeze to death is because the other shelters in our community have barriers that keep them out. Low-barrier shelters are a necessary piece of a cohesive approach to homelessness. Without them, many people who most urgently need help are left out on the streets. Thank you.
My name is Linnea Hawkins. I live in Ward 5. Banning low-barrier shelters for 6 months will stop our community from filling urgent gaps in services. The shelters in our community are high barrier. That doesn't mean they don't do wonderful work, but it does mean that many people who need help the most can't access it. These are the same people we see sleeping on the street in the dead of winter. It also means unhoused people who try to improve their circumstances by seeking employment can lose their shelter bed because of curfews and other barriers. Here are just a few situations where people can be turned away from shelters in Lewiston. If you don't call by a certain time of day to see if there's an opening, you can be denied shelter. If you don't arrive by a certain time of day, you'll lose your bed. Some shelters in our community ban people from reentry for 1 year after they lose their bed for any reason. This significantly limits your ability to get a job, especially if your job gets out after curfew. You heard me outline this exact situation from personal experience at the March 15th hearing. If you don't show progress, you can lose your bed for a year. This doesn't take into account that many people don't have mental health services or case management to help them make progress. If you need a mobility aid and can't climb multiple staircases, there are many shelters you can't access because shelters in our community are not required to be ADA compliant. Shelters in our community are often full, and some close for significant periods of time every year. Someone whose job gets out at 11 p.m. should be able to access a shelter bed. Someone without a phone to call and check on openings should be able to access a shelter bed. Someone with a mobility aid should be able to access a shelter bed. So many of these barriers have nothing to do with client behavior. Low barrier doesn't mean anything goes. It means easier to access, and it means filling real gaps in our community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chris Pitts. I live in Ward 4. You've heard some speakers outline what low barrier services are, what the current barriers to services are in our community, and why we don't need a moratorium against low barrier shelters. In previous meetings, councilors have spoken about their own lack of understanding about low barrier shelters, saying, I can't make a knowledgeable decision on something like this without having all of the answers, and highlighting all of the other issues, primarily the budget. These issues need to be worked through as reasons why it's hard to take the time to get these answers. Councilors can't be expected to be experts on every subject that comes before them. That would be an unreasonable expectation. There's a lot of work that goes into governing a city. But that is why trust is so important. When the original shelter proposal that began this moratorium process was submitted, it came in alongside about a dozen letters of support from nonprofits and businesses in town. All of them are either experts in the field of working with the unhoused or contributing taxpayers like the Chamber of Commerce. Over the past 2 meetings, dozens of people with lived and professional experience with homelessness have given you the benefit of their knowledge, of our knowledge, to try to help you understand why this type of ordinance is harmful. If you will not trust the opinions of community members and experts in the field of homelessness, how can you ever get the answers that you need to make knowledgeable decisions? If the city is proposing developing its own licensing programs for shelters, where will the city access the expertise to design and implement this program? There must be trust between residents, service providers, and the city council. This moratorium is a breach of trust It is being pursued against enormous public opposition. We do not expect you to know everything, but we do expect you to listen to subject matter experts and residents of this community when we tell you repeatedly that your actions are causing harm. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lanaya Spearman. I'm from Ward 3. I'm here on behalf of Webb's Market in support of Ward 5. We've already said that we don't need a moratorium, but I want to focus on why we don't want it. This moratorium isn't just an ordinance. It's a message. It's a statement of values. It says we care more about the potential negative consequences of a low-barrier shelter than about people in our community who don't have anywhere to go. It says we would rather stop all projects that we don't understand until each counselor has time to become an expert on them, instead of trusting community service providers to advise the city. On March 15th, a counselor quoted a form of reasoning that goes, "We have a problem, we must do something. This is something, therefore we must do it." This was in reference to the Resource Center, but it applies more directly to the moratorium. Counselors were concerned about one project and felt they must do something to stop it. They knew a moratorium would stop it, and so they did it. This was framed as due diligence, as prudence, but the process that followed has demonstrated very little due diligence and prudence. The first version of this moratorium stopped all new shelters of any kind, including the expansion or relocation of existing shelters. On April 5th, it was clear at least one counselor advancing the moratorium had not read it and did not understand it would have these impacts. Even after amending the moratorium to apply only to new low-barrier shelters, the version in tonight's agenda still stopped existing shelters from expanding. And this is a modified agenda. The first version still prohibited all new shelters and had to be reprinted to prohibit just low or no barrier shelters. You're asking this community to trust you. You're asking us to accept your decision to advance this moratorium despite overwhelming public opposition. You're asking us to believe that you know better than those who have stood here asking you not to do this. You're asking us to trust you to exercise diligence and prudence. But this process has been rushed and imprecise. If you will not carefully consider the consequences of your own legislation, why should we trust you to carefully consider the consequences of low-barrier shelters? Thank you.
Hi, my name's Darby Ray, and I live in Ward 1. We do not bring up these points about the moratorium process with the intention of vilifying or insulting counselors. I genuinely believe City Council wants to do what is best for this community, although we might disagree about what that is. I recognize that this process has been long and frustrating and has taken considerable time and energy, especially on the part of city staff. But the difficulty of moving forward with this moratorium is more evidence that we don't need it. Part of the reason why it has been so difficult to amend this moratorium so that it only impacts the Resource Center, which seems to be its entire goal, is because that's not what moratoriums are meant to do. Moratoriums are not meant to stop a single project. They're meant to prevent serious public harm and the overburdening of public facilities. The potential development of one low-barrier shelter in our community does not meet those standards. As a result, the moratorium has had to be framed to show that all shelters are inadequately regulated and that all shelters overburden public facilities. But it fails to prove these points because they aren't true. As others have pointed out, the Planning Board's existing ordinance already consider almost verbatim the same items that the moratorium claims are currently inadequately addressed. If you, as a city councilor, disagree with the Planning Board's past decision, that doesn't mean the ordinances are insufficient. It just means you disagree with their interpretation. And so you have the right, as all residents do, to appeal their decision if you want to. All the work of redrafting this moratorium to fit a purpose it isn't actually suited for has taken up valuable time and resources at the city level. As some of you have said many times, councilors are the stewards of Lewiston's tax dollars. In relation to that, I want to lift up the fact that not all homeless people are jobless. In fact, recent research shows that more than half of people living in homeless shelters in the U.S. had formal earnings the same year they were homeless. This means they, too, are taxpayers whose lives and livelihoods deserve your stewardship. Thank you.
My name is Ellie Vance. I live in Ward 1. This moratorium, which has already taken public resources to draft and redraft, suggests that the city would seek to use more public resources to regulate shelters in our community. Why does the city want to use its resources to regulate privately run enterprises or those already regulated by the state? Councilors have stated their concerns over how much it would cost the city to have a low barrier shelter, but no one is proposing a public shelter that the city would pay for. And I'm not here to ask you to give funding to the resource center. I'm here to ask, if council is concerned about money, aren't you worried about how much it will cost the city to develop local licensing as suggested in the moratorium? Wouldn't the city need to do significant research into best practices to determine licensing criteria, dedicate staff time to reviewing license applications, conduct annual inspections, and enforce licensing requirements? Won't this cost the taxpayers of Lewiston money? The project this moratorium is designed to stop would be funded through private resources and by the state. That means that the state would have oversight. Shouldn't the city of Lewiston be glad to have the state review and advise on a project of this type in our community? Why doesn't the city trust the state, which already successfully regulates over 30 such shelters in Maine, to provide oversight to one in our community? And finally, what kind of oversight is the city of Lewiston seeking? Based on the targeting of low barrier shelters in the moratorium, it seems like the city council wants to regulate not only the location of shelters, but the types of shelters allowed in our community and the services that they provide. Why does the city want to spend its time telling private service providers which practices they should follow in their own field? You have heard time and time again that we need more services in our community. Do you think overregulation is going to help create more services or discourage them?
Allie Smith, Ward 5. I understand this moratorium process has been drawn out and frustrating. I can imagine that it must feel impossible for councilors who have supported it to back away from it now. But I am here to ask you to consider it, to table this motion indefinitely, to abstain from the vote, or come up with some other way to move away from this ordinance. I want to be clear that we are not here tonight to vilify you or to personally attack you. I believe that it is possible for us to return to a good faith dialogue, and I hope that you will genuinely consider what we have said tonight. The people who have spoken with me are not part of some larger political agenda. We have come together in direct response to this moratorium because we all feel personally passionate about this subject. Politics is personal. It is easy to forget that among the rules and the motions and the details, but the policies that you enact have direct impacts on people's lives. Banning low barrier shelters for up to 6 months sounds like an administrative decision, but it is a personal decision. It is personal to the people who sleep outside every night. It is personal to their family members. It is personal to those who try to help them and who cannot tell them where to go because there is nowhere for them to go. It is a personal statement, a statement of values to say that the potential harm to property value is more urgent than the potential physical harm to the homeless. It sends a personal message about the values of our community. Yes, it will stop this one project, and it will also stop others. Your actions aren't just administrative, they are symbolic. And they have the ability to influence how people see our community and what they dream of building in our community. On March 15th, a high school student sat in this room for over 2 hours so she could speak on behalf of her unhoused classmates. What message does this moratorium send to her and others like her about how her community might receive her ideas about how to help the vulnerable? Would she be afraid to propose something out of fear that council would stop not only her project, but all others like it? I know this is hard and charged. We're not here to attack you. We're here to ask you one more time, please listen to us. This moratorium isn't who we are.
Elizabeth Eames, Ward 3. I'm here tonight to oppose the moratorium on homeless shelters. This is something that means a great deal to many people in our community, including many who couldn't be here tonight. They and others signed the following petition. We are all constituents of Ward 5. We are asking you not to vote for the homeless shelter moratorium. We know that you care about this community. We know that you care about our unhoused neighbors. We know that you care about our voices. We are asking you to listen to your constituents. We are asking you to work towards productive solutions and not vote for the shelter moratorium. Signed, your constituents, Tracy Emerson, Ward 5, Bradley Olison, Ward 5, Edmund Manchester, Ward 5, Scott Curry, Ward 5, Michelle Melendez, Ward 5, Becky Stedman, Ward 5, Linnea Welsh, Ward 5, Tess Hoffman, Ward 5, Nicole Simmons, Ward 5, David Doyen, Ward 5, Naomi Blow, Ward 5, Teresa Bissell, Ward 5, Janice Burden, Ward 5, Mohammed Ibrahim, Ward 5, Crystal Vega, Ward 5, Fiston Mubalama, Ward 5, Lydia Chiquito, Ward 5, Danielle Adams, Ward 5, Nancy Lagrange, Ward 5, Sado Yassim, Ward 5, James White, Ward 5, Nola Jackson, Ward 5, Tanya Jackson, Ward 5, Natalie Bornstein, Ward 5, Tyne Orloff, Ward 5, Xander Michaels, Ward 5, Allison Smith, Ward 5, Barbara Diaz, Ward 5, Samuel Paradis, Ward 5, Leoncino Diaz III, Ward 5, Mary A. Meir, Ward 5, Amy Smith, Ward 5, Cliff Conway, Ward 5, Darren Dodson, Ward 5, Julie Wassell, Ward 5, Guy Lavalier, Ward 5, Tammy Farrington, Ward 5, Ashley Medina, Ward 5, Sean Young, Ward 5, Clara Tammany, Ward 5, Jane Turcott, Ward 5. Thank you.
Siri Cressy, Ward 5. I am also here tonight to oppose the moratorium on homeless shelters, alongside the following people who signed a petition reading, Dear Larry Peace, we are all constituents of Ward 5. We are asking you not to vote for the homeless shelter moratorium. We know that you care about this community. We know that you care about our unhoused neighbors. We know that you care about our voices. We are asking you to listen to your constituents. We are asking you to work towards productive solutions and not vote for the shelter moratorium. Signed, your constituents, Jonathan Diaz, Ward 5. Jason McClory, Ward 5.
Excuse me, if you could lower your voice just a little bit, that'd be great.
Sorry. Siri Cressy, Ward 5. Stuart Brown, Ward 5. Angela Brown, Ward 5. James Parsons, Ward 5. Craig Saddlemeyer, Ward 5. Ronald Flannery, Ward 5. Yasmin Barkad, Ward 5. Brandon Akers, Ward 5. Aznaida Pedro, Ward 5. Jake Smith, Ward 5. Sandra Patterson, Ward 5. Daniel Westcott, Ward 5. Marianne Thompson, Ward 5. David Cook, Ward 5. Justin Simpson, Ward 5. Diane Poussard, Ward 5. Barbara Huntington, Ward 5. Shauna Lopez, Ward 5. Margaret Hunter, Ward 5. Constance Durrett, Ward 5. Mary Ackley, Ward 5. Lucille Pomerleau, Ward 5. Palmyra de Coralbo, Ward 5. Jamilo Sheik, Ward 5. Jenny Asselin, Ward 5. Charles A. Sewell, Ward 5. Tabitha Isaac, Ward 5. Halimo Hassan, Ward 5. Mark Sousa, Ward 5. Josio Nzao, Ward 5. Hoden Haji, Ward 5. Kenny Hudson, Ward 5. Richard M. LaGrange, Ward 5. Gerald Chouinard, Tracy Emerson, James Watson, Janice Barker, Kevin Massey, Jeff Nelson, Jonathan Lombardo, James Moulton, all Ward 5.
Alex Diamond Stanek, Ward 2. So I'm here tonight to oppose the moratorium on homeless shelters alongside my neighbors who have signed a petition actually asking Councilor Pease to not vote for the shelter moratorium. As we walked to Ward 5 and spoke to our neighbors, we met some residents of other wards, including myself, who also wanted to ask Councilor Pease to not vote for the shelter moratorium. And people all across our community oppose the moratorium. We're asking you, Councilor Pease, who we believe truly care about this community, to listen to residents, to step away from this ordinance and to not vote for it. My name's here from wards 1 through 4. I won't say the ward after each one, I'll just read through them. Richard Bengelis, Valerie Boutheau, Zara Abba Baker, Mumina Isse, Calvin Jones, Michael Joseph, Paul Boucher, Amy Mutombo, Taheim Brimage, Keenan Shields, Isaiah Cruz, Adrian Simmons, Jamie Hinckley, Kelly Leach, Sophia Garcia, Savannah Hollowell, Trey Ellington, Robert Bergeron, Vincent Sir, Nora Burpee, Teresa Ash, Steve Blowen, Angela Smith, Christina Cowell-Gary, Michelle Delick, Dustin Walker, Don Spencer, Darlene Chapin, Chanel Heldeling, Tessa Morin, Marcus McLeod, Michael Brassler, Allison Johan, Georgina Scoville, Amanda Metzger, Jimmy Steller, Sophia Pinkham, Sarah Hunter, Bob Waldron, Ivory Hankerson, Aaron Demers, Larry Plourde, Bayan Doyon, Chantal Callot, John Piatillo, Nancy Chair, Richard Heffron, Shanna Harte, Lanya Spearman, Andrew Kingsley, Ryan McGrath, Shanna Fuller, Brooklyn Jellison, Donald Billings, Anissa Hassan, Jijo Mohammed, and Lisa Hansen, all members of wards 1 through 4 who are asking Councilor Pease as we walked through Ward 5 to oppose this moratorium. Thank you.
Kara Corshane, Ward 2. I'm also here tonight to oppose the moratorium on homeless shelters alongside neighbors from all across our community who have signed a petition asking Councilor Larry Pease not to vote for the shelter moratorium. The following names are from Ward 6. April Ray, Leo Palmer, Destiny Lungal, Debbie Lambert, Heredita Laikanga, Pauline Hurl, Tracy Hilliker, Mary McHugh, Karen Glass, Derek Colby, Jeffrey Compension, Stephen Mishu, Ronald Tome, Richard Roy, Landis Peter Pelletier, Willa Winters, and Dustin Miner. Those last three were actually not from Ward 6. They don't have an address to share, but they are all residents of Lewiston. In total, 158 Lewiston residents signed this petition, 85 of them from Ward 5. Since the printing of this statement, 21 more residents have signed. Let me remind you what this petition says. It reads, "We know that you care about this community. We know that you care about our unhoused neighbors. We know that you care about our voices. We are asking you to listen to your constituents. We are asking you to work toward productive solutions and not vote for the shelter moratorium. We know it is hard to change your stance. We know that Councilor Pease may feel it is impossible to vote against the shelter moratorium. And so we are asking him specifically not to vote for it. It is his right to abstain from this vote. It is his right to vote for another measure, like one that would table this matter indefinitely. There are options for him, and we are asking him to take them. We are not here to attack or pressure Councilor Pease. We are here to tell him urgently and honestly that his constituents do not want him to vote for this moratorium. We are telling him this with the understanding that he cares about his community, that he cares about his constituents, and with the hope that he will find it in his heart to step away from this ordinance and do what is right for this community by not voting for the shelter moratorium. Thank you.
My name is Caleb Roebuck. I live on Robinson Gardens, which is in Ward 2. And this is now the third time that I and many of us have come here to ask you to vote against the proposed moratorium. It has been clearly laid out since the beginning why it is a bad and harmful idea and how resource centers and shelters have long-term benefits for people and communities. But for some reason, this moratorium continues to move forward. We've been and will continue to be told this moratorium isn't due to a lack of caring or not wanting to help our unhoused neighbors. When we speak against it, we're actually just spewing rhetoric. That is not the case. On February 22nd, the LA Transitional Resource Center team presented their proposal to City Council. On February 19th, it was said that a team could draft a restrictive ordinance and then have a legal review. If so, I know there's at least 5 affirmative votes. On February 21st, you absolutely know how I think, and I believe we have a total of 5 votes that want this issue pronounced dead on arrival. How can we possibly be expected to believe that this moratorium is being pushed through as part of a good faith effort when it is in writing that there are council members who wanted to kill this issue before it was even presented to them? This is not being done to ask the tough questions, and it's not being done to be stewards of our taxes. I can take some of my time to ask questions we've already asked and still not received answers for, or to clarify arguments that have already been made. Instead, I want to ask that if you really want us to think that this moratorium is a good faith effort, why did you want this project killed before it was presented? Are we really supposed to believe that the point of it is to help do it right when you want to kill it immediately? I don't believe that, and I know that I'm not alone. Please vote against the moratorium and make a real good faith effort to do something good. Thank you.
Good evening, City Councilors, Mr. Mayor, and City staff. My name is Craig Saddlemeyer, and I live in Ward 5 at 75 Maple Street. I'm the co-chair of the Mayoral Ad Hoc Shelter Committee, and tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the committee. We are proceeding rapidly yet thoroughly to meet the mandate of our charter, which was given on March 18th, and reads, the committee will make recommendations to municipal officials and key staff on policy, practice, and procedural changes necessary to address homelessness in our city and to develop state, federal, community, and municipal support for shelters and the range of housing options necessary to meet the needs of people and families experiencing homelessness in Lewiston. The 17 members of the committee are a diverse and sincere group of Lewiston residents and stakeholders who are committed to developing and sharing a deep understanding of the situation. Of the 17 members, 7 work with the unhoused every day as a part of their job, 4 run food pantries, 2 run shelters that are closely monitored by state and federal agencies, 2 are professional healthcare workers, 4 have immediate neighbors who are homeless, 3 live in and manage affordable housing that has formerly homeless tenants, 5 work for the city as staff or elected officials, 9 are small business owners or executive directors of Lewiston-based nonprofits. We mean business. We've met twice and have already made great progress. This team is collaborative, inquisitive, humble, and smart. No one pretends to already have the answers, and everyone is more than willing to share their expertise. And when someone asks a question that no one can answer immediately, someone steps up to say, I'll get that answer and get back to you, and they do. Education is at the heart of our work, and sometimes people fear or dismiss what they don't understand. Our goal is to replace that fear and dismissal with knowledge and an action plan. The outcome of tonight's vote doesn't change that for us. We will proceed as planned and fulfill our mandate as quickly as possible. And we are committed to a completely transparent process. Our agenda and minutes are posted publicly on the Lewiston website. We accept public comment at every meeting. We encourage all community members and elected officials to contact us with your questions and concerns and to attend these meetings. Our next meeting is on Wednesday, April 27th at 9:30 a.m. at City Hall. And we have 4 more meetings scheduled for May and June with a firm commitment to deliver a final report by July 1st. When that report arrives, we expect that our City Council will receive it with open minds and open hearts. We further expect that our City Council will recognize the expertise, rigorous research, quantitative data, qualitative data, and countless hours that this volunteer team is dedicating to provide the Council and our community with all the information needed to move forward with tangible, collaborative, and rapid solutions for our most vulnerable neighbors. Thank you.
Hello again. I'm Rachel Ward from Ward 7. I just want to address the City Council and the citizens of Lewiston. I'm also a parent ambassador for the County of Androscoggin to our State House. And I was a very recently certified substance abuse counselor. Here's the fact of the matter. When I was 14 years old, we lost our home. It took my dad a year for us to find a home. And in that year, we lived in a pickup truck. A teenage daughter and an adult man living in a pickup truck for a year. My family currently is among the 18% of house citizens in Lewiston who are one last paycheck away from homeless. The sad part is we don't qualify for general assistance. My husband makes too much money. I have to chuckle. 18%, we could be homeless if he missed a paycheck. Section 8 waitlist is long and hard to navigate. Homelessness has been an issue for as long as I can remember. Hope Haven, we live behind there. They're typically full. Hard to believe, right? For St. Vincent's, you need a social services referral. It's not always easy to get if you don't have an address or access to healthcare. Most people don't have the means to contact shelters in Portland or Bangor. And even if they did, they wouldn't have a way to get there. They can't afford to take a bus. Homelessness, it's a strain on the community as a whole, not just financially, but physically, emotionally, and it hurts our businesses. At any given time, when I drop my daughter off at Coburn on Bates Street for preschool, you can see homeless people camped out on the steps of Community Concepts, a place that serves our community very well. I would very much like to hear solutions, not arguments. We could make arguments all day, but that makes us part of the problem. Instead of a moratorium that creates more problems than solutions, I'd rather wait to hear from the mayor's committee. They're taking the time, they're researching, and trying to make the best decisions possible. If a low barrier or no barrier shelter could help solve the strain on our community, the people sleeping on park benches, camping out in Kennedy Park, or even in front of our businesses, wouldn't you like to see a solution make us more marketable versus Auburn, where they have less of an issue? That's why there's more businesses there than here. Hard to believe. But when we have a panhandler at every corner of your parking lot, people don't even want to be there. Integrity is about doing what's right. It doesn't matter who's watching. It doesn't matter what you said previously. I'd ask you to keep this in mind during your vote this evening and vote with integrity. Thank you.
I'm a little taller. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Councilors. My name is Jason Lavoie. I live at 242 Park Street, Ward 5 in Lewiston. Tonight, each and every one of you City Councilors will go home to a nice warm bed, including the mayor. Not everyone's so lucky. I myself counted as homeless at one point. I lived on the streets of Lewiston. It's hard to find a shelter until I got a case manager through Blue Willow and Common Ties. But I want to remind you what the last speaker said. Some families are one paycheck away, or one substance use, which is a medical diagnosis based on the DM5 manual, medical diagnosis, one substance abuse away from becoming homeless. So I'm calling on you to not only vote down this moratorium, but if you decide to support this moratorium, because all of the state eviction moratoriums have expired, as well as the national eviction moratoriums, we're setting ourselves up for a situation where people could become homeless in droves without a solution to follow it. So I'm calling on the City Council to pass another moratorium as well. Let's have a 180-day moratorium on all evictions, except for emergency evictions in the city of Lewiston. Not only would this solve the problem if you pass this, first of all, I don't want you to pass it, but if you pass it, you're going to have a problem that there's only 74 shelter beds in the city. And we could have droves of homeless people. It doesn't solve a problem that you're looking to solve. It doesn't do anything to do that. It blocks any progress. Speaking as a former homeless person and a person that is always at risk of becoming homeless, you know why? Because I'm not the cleanest person in the world. You know what? That's not my fault. I try. I'm lucky. I was just able to get daily living skill support, but not everybody's so lucky. The waiting lists are high. Takes forever to get a daily living skills worker. And I had to do that just to keep my apartment. Not everyone's as lucky as I am. I see citizens in Lewiston on the park benches every day when I walk to the bus station. I see them at the bus station. This issue is serious, and the moratorium does nothing to solve it. Thank you.
Rebecca Adamson, they, them. I live at 617 Main Street in Ward 1. Again, Councillor Scott, I'd like to thank you for your support on this issue. On 4/12/2022, I submitted a Freedom of Access request regarding general assistance payment made to a sitting city council member and their spouse regarding rooming houses they own at 377 Main Street, 88 and 230 Bartlett Street, 163 and 165 Bate Street. That day I received an email from Brian O'Malley, who is the Freedom of Access Act officer here, and he confirmed receipt of my request. That same day, I submitted this information to public comments at lewistonmaine.gov, which you receive. I did not receive, and I did not respect a response. But on 4/12/22, I also submitted this information through a report of a concern form to the city's website, which read, form submission. After completing and submitting the below form, you should receive response within 1 business day. I did not receive response within 1 business day. On 4/13/22, I submitted a Freedom of Access request regarding statements of financial conflict of interest regarding this council member and their spouse. I received an email from Janet Lab confirming receipt of my request. Later, Executive Assistant Kathy Monteo left a voicemail and reported that there were no conflict of interest statements on file. On 4/15/22, I informed Kathy Monteo of my intent to speak tonight. She replied at 10:49 a.m., and she CC'd Brian O'Malley. And then on 4/15/22 at 1:07 p.m. is when Brian O'Malley confirmed my report had finally been shared with the city. 3 days later instead of 1? The deadline for a city employee with knowledge of a potential conflict of interest to disclose is the Wednesday prior to the council meeting, which would have been the 13th. The city missed the 24-hour response to my email, and it missed that deadline. I expressed my disappointment not only with the councilor, but the speed of the city's response and how it was handled. I believe this is evidence of corruption, not just in the highest levels of our local government, but the officers and employees who did not act in a timely fashion to my concern. The people of Lewiston kindly asked that Councilmember LaChapelle recuse himself from the dais, the discussion, and the vote tonight per Section 6, A to E of the rules governing the City Council and 8.04 of the City Charter. The people of Lewiston request the council investigate, vote, or refer the issue to the city attorney per Section 6, A to E of the rules governing the City Council and 8.04 of the City Charter. I have a 16-page document that I do not have time to read that was given to me by Brian O'Malley. It contains payments through general assistance made to Councilmember LaChapelle's business. It is over $184,000 since January 1st of 2020 through March 31st of 2022. I urge the city to investigate this matter prior to making a vote tonight. Thank you.
Charles Soul, 135 Butler Street. I'll be the last one to speak because the rest of them are from out of town. I can understand your concern, but this problem should have been solved years ago. I am concerned that once we set up a shelter like this, if there isn't a moratorium, that other towns will send their indigents here to reside. And I can see that where that might be a problem financially. However, I believe Ms. Hunter can fill in that we may have some coronavirus funds we could use. And I know I attended a CBG, Community Development Grant, Community Development Block Grant meeting before. I don't know if they've allocated the money yet. But I know they had an account with a million something, 500,000 in it, that had been accruing over the years because individuals weren't using it to renovate their facilities or houses. And they held on to it, and they could have, that can be transferred back to the allocations to nonprofits or even the shelter. And I think that perhaps they should look into that. You know, why leave a problem half solved or half done? The moratorium doesn't make sense to me. Follow through, get it done. And I would say that another thing, and I don't want to say this, but I know Mr. Pease and Mr. LaChapelle have worked together in the past, and I know that Mr. LaChapelle also financed Mr. Pease' campaign against myself and Miss.
Excuse me, if we can keep comments germane to.
That's public knowledge. That's no slight. I'm not slighting. I'm saying public knowledge.
We need to keep comments to the agenda item, which is the moratorium. Thank you.
Well, since one should recuse themselves, I think both should. The best thing for Mr. Pease would be, if you don't want people thinking you're a lackey to Ward 4 because he paid for your campaign, I would abstain or vote for not approving the moratorium. Have a good day.
Hi, Larissa Ryerson. I live in Poland, Maine. I am not a resident of Lewiston, but I spend an awful lot of time here. I'm here to talk about this moratorium because there are people in this room and in this neighborhood that I care about, that I've known for a long time, that I've known for a short time. When I started working with my partner in a nonprofit last summer, I met so many people who are housed and unhoused in Ward 5 that said, it doesn't matter if we vote. It doesn't matter if we speak up. We don't have a voice. Nobody cares. They don't want to listen to us. You need to start meeting people where they are. And in this area, they're on the street. A lot of them are going to be sleeping in doorways tonight or across the street in the park with this horrible weather we have. Some of them, their only meal today was the soup that I heated up at the nutrition center earlier. You're going to go home to warm beds? I'm going to go home to a warm bed. I don't have a vote in this city. I'm tempted to move here so that I do. This moratorium does not serve the people that you were elected to serve. You say that it's because you want answers. You've been given answers. You say it's because you want processes. You have processes. Some of you know very, very, very well the process of going before the planning board for zoning. Don't sit there and pretend that you need to continue trying to define what is. This moratorium is a mistake, and I hope that you are listening to the people who are asking you to help their neighbors. I cannot stand the idea of another winter driving down these streets, working with the people that I work with, and seeing people huddling in the cold trying to stay warm. I can't stand the idea that they might get one meal a day, that they don't have the resources, and they think that you don't care. Thank you.
My name is Sonia Bermansi. I'm from Sabatis. Don't have anything prepared, but I'm just going to tell you this. I also do not stand
for I don't believe that we need a moratorium. I think it's a horrible idea. And I want you to know that I have a street ministry here on your streets. I'm not from here, from New York. Homelessness is real in New York. I was homeless in New York. And to see what's happening on your streets right outside of these doors, and for us to still be coming here month after month after month in this small town, watching people suffer every single day is disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting that you guys can allow this to happen in your town. I mean you no disrespect, but I moved to this state because I loved the sense of community that I saw. And when I started coming out in October, starting my street ministry with the homeless people, the things that I have encountered and heard and seen with my own eyes is despicable. It's horrible. You guys need to vote against this moratorium because you know what? Tomorrow I'm going to be on the street along with a lot of these people here that work with the homeless people, and we're going to have to hear about how someone just got raped out there, how someone had to look for a park bench, how their stuff was stolen, how they were beat up for no reason. Friday, I'm attending a funeral for a vet that died on your streets. He suffered with PTSD. You have no program here for these people. And this family had to go on their own looking for him. And his father had to find his body in the woods. This is disgusting. Disgusting. I don't know how else to describe what is happening in this town, but to say that it's disgusting. Being from a big city, I did not plan to see this here. I love Maine. I think you guys can do much better than this, and I hope tonight you guys will make a difference, because tomorrow I'm gonna hear from somebody outside of these walls how they got beat up, how they were raped, how they didn't have a place to sleep, how they crawled up in a ball trying to keep themselves warm. This is nonsense. Stop, please. I beg you, stop this tonight. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Thank you.
Luke Jensen, Ward 5. I think the moratorium is wrong, but for some of the right reasons, and follow me on this one here. You can't pour from an empty cup, and Lewiston financially has a pretty empty cup right now. You guys are doing the budget. I think it's pretty clear to you. We don't have enough money for our schools. As a public school teacher, that, I find that abhorrent, but that's not something that we can solve in the city. We don't have enough money for roads, as anyone who probably drove here would probably agree with. When you consider that our government is multi-layered and doesn't all pull from the same pot when it comes to funding, we have to accept that cities and towns cannot be tasked with solving homelessness and other complex social issues. We have to accept that. My compassion runs pretty deep when it comes to the state and federal level, and I want to push for that there, but as a city, that's just not how our government's set up. It's not. So that's not to say cities shouldn't do anything either. Cities have a duty to mitigate the effects of social issues like homelessness on residents and businesses. If you look at what's happening right now and what's been told to you guys, I think it's very clear that something needs to be done. I do regret, my time as a counselor not acting on this, because I had some reservations too, and honestly, I was wrong at the time. So I do want to point out that I think the mayor's committee is a bit retaliatory, and I don't really see the point in it. It seems clear that the majority of the council is not in support of that, and it just seems like a flaw and an exploitation of the charter to create a committee that a majority of the council is opposing. It doesn't seem like good local policy for me, and I don't agree with it. It seems like a manipulation of our very flawed charter, which we had a chance to amend later this year, but you guys took that vote away at your second meeting just a few months ago. So when it comes to the committee, what can be learned by the committee that isn't already known? What can be learned that will actually have the funding to implement? No community has found a silver bullet to homelessness, and it's not realistic to think that creating another committee in the city is going to solve things, unfortunately. We have to be realistic about this. But when you think about that argument, the same exact goes for the moratorium. What are we going to learn during the moratorium that we don't already know? There's no silver bullet, nothing's been found. There's no point to the moratorium. I mean, what do you desperately need time to figure out? There's no floodgate open, and it should be obvious that a 24-person day shelter is not going to cause an overburden on public services. It's just not. although there were issues with the temporary shelters, and I agree that they should not have been placed in residential areas. I agree with that. They were a success. And if they didn't happen, we would have had public services being used in other areas of the city, like police responding to crimes, not in one location, but spread out throughout the city. And so, honestly, they were a success. I mean, you look at that, I'm just noticing the time here. They were a success, and we shouldn't be opposed to a day shelter here, especially the one that's being proposed. I get if an out-of-town group comes in, they're not invested in the community, they don't have a good long-term viability. That's not what's proposed. What's proposed is really good, and you need to hop on this opportunity. Please,
That's
Council,
time.
please,
Thank you.
Please.
Hi, my name is Katie Krantz, and I live in Ward 7. I work at Lewiston High School in the store next door. I am the McKinney liaison, and I identify the homeless kids at Lewiston High School. So I just want to give you guys an update that back in March, we had under 200 identified students in Lewiston Public Schools. We are now in April. That's a month. And we are pushing 225 identified homeless students in the Lewiston Public Schools. Our numbers are increasing. They're not decreasing. It's not going to stop. I'm not sure if any of you folks would like to personally give me your cell phone numbers so that I can reach out to any of our students and say they're willing to offer a place in their guest bedrooms tonight for you to be able to stay there, because there are not enough beds for our youth to be able to sleep in. So before you make this decision tonight, please remember that. Where are our youth going to sleep tonight? Where do they sleep each night? It's harder and harder as our numbers are rising day after day. We can only fight so hard. So please just make sure that you're thinking about that. Thank you.
I am Megan Parks. I live at 12 Grovemont Lane in Ward 7. The moratorium language states that City Council is concerned about the challenges that shelters pose for city resources, and that a new program may overburden public safety and other public facilities, and the potential for serious public harm from the development of additional shelters. That is the foundational justification that the city has given for this moratorium. The justification for that comes from numbers. 89 calls in the 11 months that the temporary program was set up at the Ramada. I had reached out to Chief St. Pierre to get some numbers regarding police response calls to other areas of the city during the exact same time frame. In the exact same window of time that the temporary program was running, there were 360 calls to 230 Bartlett Street rooming house alone. 360 in the same time frame as there were 89 at our program. There were 200 calls to 88 Bartlett Street and 1 death in the same time frame. There were to 163, 165 Bates Street, which is 2 buildings, but it's one. It's also a rooming house. There were 280 calls and 3 deaths of residents in those buildings. The same time frame, there were 80 calls to Hope Haven Shelter, 4 calls to St. Catherine, 2 of which were because a smoke alarm was going off, 39 calls to St. Martin's, and only 72 calls to Sheltered by Jesus. These numbers reflect that shelters are not the problem here in Lewiston. Shelters are not creating an overburden on city resources. Shelters are not serious public harm from the development of additional shelters. If we're looking for something that's causing a serious public harm based on police calls, which is what this entire moratorium is based on, we should probably look at 230 Bartlett Street, 88 Bartlett Street, 163 and 165 Bates Street, and the other rooming houses, and address those serious public harms first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Roy, Ward 3. Mr. Mayor, as I've said at this is now what, the third, well, let's just call it the 6th meeting, because there was like 3 meetings in that last one. Anyway, with all the amendments and everything that went on. But anyway, I've made my points very clear in these multiple meetings. We have a code of ordinances. There's a planning board. There's a housing committee. There's now an ad hoc committee. There is a process. If 4 councilors don't want to respect that process, that's on them, but there is a process. And as I said at the last meeting, you redid all our business performance standards relating to the recreational adult use marijuana market in this city without a moratorium and respecting that process. Well, the code process, our planning board process without a moratorium. You don't need a moratorium, as I've said previously. And to the potential second motion that's on the agenda for this item, suspension of rules. Well, I'm against the suspension of rules, as some councilors are probably well aware from a certain very late night meeting back in March. It's outside the regular order and should not be done. I point to, agenda items 4 and 5. Those were routine technical amendments made to our current code of ordinances. Technical amendments, and that 2-meeting process was respected. The council should respect that. If you really want, if a majority of this council wants to do a moratorium, respect the regular order of 2 separate meetings to pass changes. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Gillespie. I am a resident of Ward 3, and I am a minister, a hospice chaplain, a parent, a concerned citizen, and a lover of Lewiston. And I just want to bring about, in light of the holy days that many of us have celebrated over the weekend, Easter, Passover, and Ramadan that is still ongoing, that many members of this community are people of faith, and those are part of the values of this community and part of the values that inform our voting. Much of our different faiths agree on how we should treat those in need in our community, including the homeless. From Deuteronomy and Hebrew scripture, if there is among you a poor person, one of your kin, in any of your towns within your land which God gives you, you shall not harden your heart or shut your hand against them, but you shall open your hand to them and lend them sufficient for their needs, whatever they may be. From the Gospel of Matthew, for I was hungry and you gave me no food, I was thirsty and you gave me nothing to drink, I was a stranger and you did not welcome me, naked and you did not give me clothing, sick and in prison and you did not visit me. Then they said, Lord, when was it that we saw you hungry or thirsty or a stranger or naked or sick or in prison and did not take care of you? And he said to them, truly I tell you, just as you did not do to one of the least of these, you did not do for me. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, wrote, he who sleeps on a full stomach whilst his neighbor goes hungry is not one of us. You represent our beautiful and diverse city, and I am grateful because that's a really hard job. And you speak to our deepest values, and voting to support the homeless moratorium is not in line with those values. Please listen to the voices, not only from our streets and workplaces, but from the temples, churches, mosques, and other communities that provide shelter to the least of these, and please join them. Thank you.
Any further?
Right here.
So, can you get a chair for her?
Yep. Hi, I'm Dot Treadwell. I'm from Auburn, and I'm not that familiar with the moratorium, but I do not agree with it. I was very involved with all the homeless stuff for the last 20 years. I mean, this is not something that's just happening right now. I mean, we've been fighting this for the last 20, 30, 40 years. I mean, 20 years ago, we had a group called LASH, Lewiston Auburn, was the Lewiston Service for Homeless. They got a big grant. It was a 10-year plan, and they got all that money. What happened to it? You know, we still have a homeless problem. I've been homeless like 4 times in my life. I went to Hope Haven. I had to sit in that office upstairs for 3 hours, I'm sorry. And I was very stubborn back then. And I had to finally say I believe in order to get a bed, to stay there. And when I did stay there, my clothing got stolen, and I got locked out because I was 5 minutes late getting there. I was working at the time. I was doing a lot of volunteer work. I was 5 minutes late, so I wasn't let in. So I had to sit in the park all night, no blanket and nothing to keep me warm. And it was so cold, and it was like the coldest night of my life, I think. You can go over to Trinity Church. You'll see people sleeping on top of the park. They have picnic tables. You'll see people sleeping on top of those tables and on the seats all the time. You can go there anytime. In the park, I mean, I've spent many, many nights sleeping in that park, in the gazebo. I mean, all the homeless shelters, they're all religious. You have to, well, not all of them. I haven't been involved in the last 10 years because I've had a lot of medical issues, but I still, like I said, I've been working on the homeless stuff for like 20 years, and it's still, you know, still hasn't been solved. It's still same issues that we're fighting, and it's just not getting anywhere. I don't understand, you know, why it's the same. You know, I just don't get it. And you know, like they were saying, you know, you guys, you go home and you have a nice place to sleep. Well, I've got a nice bed to sleep in tonight. I'm lucky, but I wasn't so lucky 10 years ago.
That's time. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Please hold your applause. Thank you. Any further public comment at this time?
Okay.
And with that, the public hearing is closed. Back to the council for discussion. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. First, thank you to everybody who spoke tonight, and thank you for coming out to our meeting. We heard from a few people about the ad hoc shelter committee, including from the co-chair of the committee, and I think that the people assembled there are all really passionate about this issue, very knowledgeable about it. So I would make a motion that we refer this item to that committee and hear what they have to say before making a decision on such a thing.
I'll second that.
Yes, we now have a motion on the table. Discussion on this motion. Councilor Scott.
Thank you. So I would agree. I think that that's actually a good idea. We have folks, I will reiterate that I do not believe that we need a moratorium to begin with, but we have an ad hoc committee now. We have a group of people looking at this. If the councilors that want the moratorium have questions, I would suggest that they ask the mayor to be put onto that committee so that they can get the questions they want answered, and we can move forward without having to have a moratorium. So I would agree with that motion, and I would be in favor of supporting that. Thank you.
I appreciate Amy Smith and Craig Sattlemeyer co-chairing this committee. Thank you very much. Further discussion from the council? Madam Clerk, can you please repeat the motion and then call for a vote?
Sure, the motion is to refer the matter to the Mayor's Ad Hoc Committee on Shelters. And if you're all set for the vote, Counselor from Ward 2?
No.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
No.
Ward 5?
No.
Ward 6?
No.
Ward 7?
Yes.
And Ward 1?
Yes.
Motion failed by a vote of 3 to 4.
Back to discussion on the main motion. Councilor LaChapelle.
Mr. Mayor, to clarify, and that original motion, I'd like to make an amendment to it to just tidy it up a little bit. On page 2 of the memorandum declared, I'd like to remove on the second sentence, quote, or expanded and existing shelters. On line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On line 6, the same word, or expanded or existing shelter. And then on page 3, under enforcement, violations, and penalties, the second paragraph, the second sentence, or the expansion or relocation of existing shelter. This was discussed in previous meetings, and this will not hinder another shelter from expanding, a current shelter from expanding if they receive some kind of a grant. So my motion is to strike those 3 from this ordinance.
So we have a motion that has been seconded by Councilor Pease. For the purposes of clarification, can you please, yes, please repeat that if you can, Madam Clerk.
Sure. The motion by Councilor LaChapelle, seconded by Councilor Pease, is to strike 3 different phrases from the proposed moratorium ordinance. The first 2 are on page 2 under section 1, entitled Moratorium Declared. They're in the second paragraph, and those 2 phrases are to expand an existing shelter. They appear twice in that paragraph, and then the third portion of the motion is on page 3, paragraph 3, labeled Enforcement, Violation, and Penalties, to strike the phrase or the expansion or a relocation of an existing shelter.
Thank you. Discussion on this motion from the council? Councilor Scott?
I don't see any reason to change any wordage because I don't see any reason for a moratorium, so I will be voting no against any new amendments.
Further discussion from the council on this amendment? Councilor LaChapelle?
Yes, this was to address some of the concerns of the public at the last meeting, stating that this would prevent any further expansion of a shelter if they received a grant or something to that effect. So we did not want to hinder any existing shelters as they stand right now. So that was to try to address the concerns of the public.
Further discussion from the council? Madam Clerk, please call for a vote.
Sure. Counselor from Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
This is voting on that amendment?
On the amendment, yes,
On the
sir.
amendment, okay, yes.
Thank you. Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
No.
Motion passed by a vote of 5 to 2.
We now have the main motion and further discussion from the council. Councilor Scott?
Once again, I'll reiterate, we had several people, I counted. We had 3 people, well, actually, I would say 2.5, because Mr. Gallant, I believe, was a little bit on the fence about that, but that said that they were in favor of a moratorium, and we had 29 people tonight that spoke against a moratorium. I will reiterate again, I see no reason why we need to have a moratorium. We have folks that need our help right now. We have folks that, I gotta be honest with you, I wanted to give you my phone number and say, yes, you can have a student sleep at my house tonight.
Please hold your applause. Thank you.
Please,
Thank-
that doesn't, and I don't say that to say that I'm no hero, I'm no nothing like that, but I think that we have the things we need in place, we have the language we need to not do this, and we have a situation that needs to be addressed right now, not on September 25th, when this moratorium would no longer be in effect. So I will be voting no.
Thank you. Councillor Pease.
Yes. In reference to the amount of people that's been here, at that last meeting we brought this up, there were 73 chairs in here. We had 2 presentations. After those 2 presentations left, there was 37 people here that spoke against it, all from basically my area. I understand your concerns. I also understand the concerns of everybody in the city of Lewiston, not just my ward. You have to understand, if you look in the paper, if you look just what's happening in Portland, right? I'm talking about it because it concerns me. Wednesday, the city sheltered 1,594 people on a nightly basis. That's just in comparison from the peak that they had in 2019 of 240. That's a big difference. They also are looking to hold back on their budget. And the reason they're doing that is because the funds that they've been using to help these homeless is running out. So they're going to have to do something with their budget. They're going to have to increase it dramatically. They also want to have a public hearing on they have 4 hotels that their licenses are being coming up for review, right? They also have 12 hotels that they're putting up people in. Excuse me, I'm talking, I didn't interrupt you.
1 second, Councillor Pease. If the council chamber can please be quiet, that would be great. Thank you. Councillor, please continue.
So that's why I bring this up. This is why I'm supporting the moratorium. The other thing is there's 24,000 people in the city of Lewiston, plus or minus, right? And we had 37 talk against it. That's not a very large margin. Okay?
Excuse me. Please.
Order, Mr. Mayor.
Please. Please, thank you. Public comment is now over. Please continue, Councillor Pease.
You know, they're talking about regulations. Well, yes, we have regulations. We have them for restaurants, we have them for childcare places. We tell them what they can and what they cannot do. We license them. We explain what has to be done. This is what we're looking to do here. We want to make sure that when we do it right, it's affordable, and it's going to help a majority of people, not just 24 beds. We also have, last time I talked with the store next door, before the holiday there was 200. Just at the holiday it was 203. Now I find out tonight there's 225. This is just growing. We've got to make a right decision. We not only have to take care of the people that are out on the streets, but we have to take care of the children that are homeless. We've got to make sure that they have a place to go.
Please, if you'd like, please, thank you. Councillor Pease, are you finished?
No.
Or please continue then.
You want to know when. Well, when it's right, not when it's half-baked or shooting from...
When it's right for the people dying
Please,
on the street?
excuse me, if the council can please be quiet. Please, thank you.
I'm done, thank you.
Councillor Scott?
Thank you. So no matter what your opinion is, I am very upset when we're disrespectful to others. And I understand that you all have something you want to say, but Councillor Pease has every right to speak, as any other councillor on this, sitting at this dais does. And so I would appreciate that everybody please keep your voices down. Please respect the process. We have business that we have to do, and we have to respect each other. I respect everybody on this board. I don't agree with everybody, but I show respect, and I appreciate if the whole audience would do that as well. Thank you.
If councillors could please address the mayor, that would be helpful. Councillor Jelinas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comments are going to be about this agenda item, which is really about the moratorium, which I don't support. It's a slippery slope not to get back into talking about shelters, homeless shelters, transitional resource centers. I've spoken my piece about that. I think people know where I stand. As it pertains to the moratorium, I feel, and I've said this before, but I feel like moratoriums feel reasonable if they're done in good faith. There's a place for them. I do not believe this is true in this case. This moratorium feels incredibly disingenuous to me. And I certainly don't support the waiver to make this the final reading at this time. This issue is far too important, obvious by who's come out time after time after time. This is our community. These are our families. These are our veterans. These are our children. As a councillor and an elected official to serve the city, it's a great honor for sure, but I take my responsibility seriously, and I take the responsibility that I have to listen to my constituents and to this city as a whole very seriously. Since February 22nd, when all this came about with the workshop, I have received, when I combine emails, phone calls, and listening to public comment, way over 100 comments in opposition to this. Conversely, even after tonight, I can count on two hands how many people I've heard from. Could be argued that, they couldn't come. Okay, they can email, they can call. And the reality is there's just a vast, vast majority of people that are speaking out. And I take my responsibility as your public servant to listen very carefully to what's been said. I can understand, when I hear people say, oh, what's 24 beds? That's not enough. It's something. It's something. I can understand when people say, oh, I don't want to rush it. I don't want to rush it. It's not been rushed. It's not been rushed. In fact, we've waited a long time. I think this has been a very deliberate process. When I hear arguments about, we just need to do it right, I believe with full confidence that the city of Lewiston has processes in place, very competent processes in place, to move this forward in such a way that it's not going to feel half-baked. I want to thank people for having the courage to speak out. It's clear to me that there's a whole lot of passion here, a whole lot of personal stuff, and it takes a lot of courage. And I hear you, so thank you for coming tonight.
Councillor McCarthy.
One of the things I wanted to address is the comment that I don't listen to my constituents. Over the last 10 days or so, I was out and about in my community, Ward 1, a little bit in Ward 1 and Ward 2, and I spoke with over 30 individuals, way over 30 individuals. And I didn't have a single person of the 30 that I spoke to that were against the moratorium. So when I weigh that with the half a dozen that I got from Ward 2, well, maybe a dozen with the people that have come here and spoken, just that balances it out, aside from my own feeling that I think we need to do it. So I do listen to my constituents. The other part I wasn't going to bring up, but I had several constituents who wanted me to, so I will bring it up, is the fact that there are no homeless shelters in Auburn. Their ordinances do not even allow homeless shelters. But yet, we're being trounced up here because we want to have a moratorium, so as we move forward, we can do it right. My understanding is there are no rules and regulations for homeless shelters. No barrier shelters. Our first exposure to no barrier shelters was the Armory. And if you listen to some of the neighbors, it was a horror show. Now, maybe things improved at the Ramada Inn, or maybe it just was improved because it was on the outskirts of town and it didn't affect as many people. I don't know that. But I know I heard a lot from people around the Armory and they weren't happy with it. So I'm basing my decision that the need for a moratorium to get rules and regulations in place is based on what I actually know and what I've been told. So I would like to see some of this passion and some of these protests across the river and maybe spread homeless shelter across the river.
If the council can please be quiet, that would be great. Council Chambers, could please be quiet. Please continue, Councilor McCarthy.
I mean, this just goes to show some of the people that are directly involved in the proposed resource center are immature at best.
Please. Thank you. Thank you.
And why would we trust them to do it right?
Please, could the audience please be quiet? Public comment is over. Please continue, Councilor McCarthy.
I'll leave it at that.
No, please. Please, if you would like to continue talking, please leave. Thank you. Further discussion from the council?
I would like to just ask a point of clarity, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councilor Scott, please address the mayor.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I would like to ask a point of clarity. Are we addressing one, then a motion for the second, and then a motion to move forward? I just want to make sure that we know exactly which one we're doing.
Madam Clerk, if you could please, address this question and explain the process going forward, both for the council and the audience.
Sure. Councilor Scott is correct that printed in your book on the motion sheet, there are 3 separate items for requested action. The motion before you right now is item number 1 of page 8, and they will be proposed and voted on separately. Yes, thank you.
Further discussion? I don't really have much more to say at this point. I have been against this measure from the very beginning. I think the language, is problematic. This is rushed, half-baked, and we end up dealing with things that we can't understand, and things have, I'm concerned that things have been done at the very last minute here. We definitely do not need this, and I appreciate all of you being here. Thank you. Further discussion from the council? Sorry, Councilor Pease.
Yes, seeing that we're talking about that, I'm reading an article that you put in the paper saying that we were half-baked and we were rushing to ideas. Well, I don't like to be called that I've been half-baked trying to figure something out. Secondly, right, in a memo from Lewiston Public Library, the officials there, Tuesday, on their agenda, stated that they strive to help in the resources for the homeless people, but cannot do so because they're not well-staffed with people that can handle that. Does that mean, that statement, does that mean we are looking to staff the public library with people that are capable of dealing with it? Is that something else we're going to add to our budget? I'd just like to know. Thank you.
So, if the audience could please Be quiet. That would be wonderful. Thank you. Please, thank you. So, yeah, actually, I have this letter from our librarian here, and I would like to read something from it. She's talking, I will not read the whole letter, it's available in the packet, but she is talking about unhoused patrons. We welcome these patrons as we would any other and assist them as much as possible. Councillor Scott?
I would recommend that if we had a place for the homeless folks to go during the day, maybe they wouldn't be at the library all day, and the staff would have to handle that.
Further discussion from the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Sure. Counselor from Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
No.
Motion passed by a vote of 4 to 3.
Can you please read, read the next requested
Sorry,
action?
Mr. Mayor. The next motion would be to waive Section 7C of the rules governing the city council and to allow for final reading at this time.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor LaChapelle, followed by Councilor Clement. Discussion? Councilor Herman.
I guess I would. I guess I would just like to ask my fellow councilors why we are going outside of our normal process, as somebody commented. Why aren't we giving this the same 2 readings that every other ordinance that we do gets? I'm just not seeing the logic behind this.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you. So as it says in the agenda, and it says on section number 2, to waive section 7C of the rules governing the city council. Section 7C of the rules governing the city council says no ordinance excluding emergency ordinance shall be passed until it has been read on 2 separate days, except when the requirement of the reading of the 2 separate days has been dispensed by this council. I would like to also ask why we do not go through our regular process like we do with every other ordinance and have a second reading on this, and possibly more folks that want to speak about this have the opportunity to speak.
Councilor Jelinas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I kind of alluded to this in my initial comments. I apologize because I wasn't thinking of it as 3 separate things. But, you know, one of the things that we've heard pretty consistently is that, you know, we're asking for this moratorium so things aren't rushed. We got to slow down. You know, I hear that all the time. We got to slow down. And yet, this very action about waiving a final reading feels very rushed to me. So it feels a little contradictory. It doesn't make sense when I think about the reasoning behind the moratorium in the first place. I don't see the reason behind this either. Thank you.
Councilor McCarthy.
In a normal ordinance situation, you have the discussion and it's passed, and then you have a second discussion and it's passed. And I believe this is the 3rd discussion. And at our last city council meeting, people had the opportunity 4 different times to discuss it. So we've heard 6 or 7, from some people, 6 or 7 different times, and they're not presenting any different information to us. It's not like they're new information coming forward. It's just reiterating the same stuff over and over.
Please, thank you. Please continue, Councilor McCarthy.
So that's why I'm for waiving the second reading. I think we've allowed the public weeks and weeks of comment and 3 nights of comment and multiple times within those nights of comment. And I think that we should just move forward and waive the second reading.
Further discussion from the council?
Mayor.
Councillor Clement?
I'd ask the chair inquire of the city clerk whether or not it is common practice to waive second reading on ordinances. It happens quite frequently, does it not?
I guess if we could have staff's perspective on this, please.
Sure. It has been past practice, Mr. Mayor, for votes on moratoriums to do first passage, waive second passage, and do second passage immediately that same night. That has been our past practice in the 20 years that I've been here for moratorium ordinance votes, not for other ordinances, but for moratorium votes.
When was the, I guess my own personal curiosity at this point, when was the last time we had a moratorium?
Oh.
Marijuana? 2017, right?
Please, I'm speaking to our Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Director Hediger is indicating about 5 years ago,
Okay.
and we've had them on a variety of topics, liquor license service, methadone clinics, marijuana, and so forth. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councillor Jelinas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just counter and say that perhaps if I was for this moratorium, it would be a lot for me to just hear from person after person after person, especially when there's not a whole lot of people speaking in support of it. I can imagine that. But I will also say, as someone who's been sitting here listening, I would argue that it's not been the same point over and over again. There's been some recurring themes, absolutely, been some recurring themes. I won't deny that. But every single night we've sat here, I've learned something new. I've heard something different. I've had people share new statistics with us that I didn't know the previous time. And I know this is hard, but I think this is probably one of the most important issues that we face, and it's something that needs to be taken seriously. And if we have to hear 800 times about what it is like, then we need to hear 800 more times about what it is like. Thank you.
Councillor LaChapelle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To address the concern that keeps on popping up, there was a question on my conflict of interest that was brought to council, and the lawyer has determined that there is no conflict of interest. So this is not something that I am just ignoring. The city staff brought it to legal counsel, and counsel determined that there's not a conflict of interest.
Further discussion on this motion? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
No.
Motion passed by a vote of 4 to 3.
The next requested action, Madam Clerk.
Yes, thank you. The next one would be that the proposed moratorium ordinance regarding new, no, or low barrier homeless shelters to be effective retroactively to March 28th, 2022, receive final passage by a roll call vote.
I have a motion. Councilor McCarthy, seconded by Councilor LaChapelle. Discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
No.
Motion passed by a vote of 4 to 3.
Thank you for coming this evening. Madam Clerk, we will stand at ease for a second.
Yes, sir.
Was a lady that spoke in the back that had a green coat on or a gray coat on? Younger? Yeah. We didn't answer. It's okay. Okay. Just let her know. Thanks. I wasn't saying anything.
All right, okay.
Do we want to take a recess? or are we still good?
We've only got what?
I'm fine.
No,
Can we just push through this? I want to get out of here.
What's that?
We push through this.
Yeah, oh, yeah, of course. Well, I mean, while we were waiting, is what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Guess I'll cross my legs and hold on.
If you're remaining in the council chambers, please remain quiet. Madam Clerk, we are ready to begin.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 1, annual appointments to the Lewiston Auburn Railroad Company Board of Directors. There are 2 items for requested action. The first item is to review the applications and to nominate members to serve on the Lewiston and Auburn Railroad Company Board of Directors.
May I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Clement, followed by Councilor Pease.
I would move that we review applications, and after reviewing the applications, we appoint Mr. Bruce Damon and Mr. Mitchell Roberge to be directors of the Lewiston Auburn Railroad Company.
Thank you, Councilor Clement. Were you still going to second that, Councilor Pease? Okay, we now have a motion for these 2 and then a second. Discussion from the council. Councilor Scott?
Thank you. So we had 3 applications total. 2 of the applications were folks that are already on the board, and 1 would be a new one, and you're suggesting that we keep one of them, but replace the second with the other one? So we take the new person and we keep Mr. Damon, and we replace Mrs. Roy with Mr. Roberge?
That would be the form of my motion, yes.
So I would just like to question and ask, so this board has been meeting, we can regularly appoint new members, as I see here, they've got dates on them, we'll be appointing people again next time. We have 3 applications, 2 of folks that are already doing the work. I spoke to a couple of folks that are on the board, and I heard that since COVID has stopped and they have resumed doing their regular meetings in person, that they're actually getting work done. So, and I've also, looking at the makeup of the board, we only have 2 females on that board, and everybody else is a male. So I would suggest that we don't need to replace Mrs. Roy. She's doing the work. She wants back on the board. I would support her and tell Mr. Roberge that maybe at the next term, if somebody is not wanting to rerun again, then he may put an application in. But I would suggest not leaving somebody that's already doing the work, taking her off, and put somebody new. Thank you.
Further discussion, Councilor Jelinas.
I would concur, with Councilor Scott. I don't understand the rationale behind that recommendation, but I do believe that it makes good sense to keep the folks on, and knowing who they are, I wouldn't support the motion.
Further discussion from the council? Public comment on this agenda item?
Matt Roy, Ward 3. Mr. Mayor, given this is an appointed board by council, how is Bruce Damon not ineligible per city charter as an elected school board member?
It's not a city board, sir.
It's a quasi-entity. It's not part of a city board.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I would respectfully disagree, as it's an appointed board by the city council and would meet probably most people's definition of a city-appointed board. Thank you.
Charles Soule, 135 Butler Street. Can you explain what the railroad board does? I mean, I've been hearing about a railroad coming to Lewiston for 30 years. Hopefully they're not being paid. But if you can explain what the board is all about and why we have to have a board for a railroad that's...
Administrator Hunter, if you please.
Actually, I will let Economic Development Director Lincoln Jeffers
discuss it since he's on the board.
Thank you. My apologies, Director Jeffers.
No worries. Board has been in existence since the railroad was created in the late 1800s. It has, after they built the railroad, it has largely until probably the 70s, just was on autopilot. In the 70s, Auburn started moving forward with expansion of rail with their intermodal facility over there. And the railroad has continued to meet, and in the last few years, it has shifted from freight rail to more passenger rail as a consideration. Freight rail expansion, Auburn's rail has not been as active as they think it should be, so there are freight studies underway. And there are also activities for conversion of rail to trail conversions. So that's sort of the focus of the group at this point, and it is noteworthy that the board's been in existence for over 100 years, but and there's no active rail in Lewiston other than the Pan Am line that's running through on the one side, but we don't have any active freight depots or whatnot on this side of the river, but yet we have the majority of the boats on the railroad board, in that we funded the majority of the rail line when it came to Lewiston back in mid-1860s.
Now, one more question, if I can ask. Does Auburn have a railroad board as well?
It's a shared board. There are 9, actually, yeah, there's 10 members. 6 of them are Lewiston directors, 3 are Auburn directors, and then there are 2 ex officios. I'm one of them, and my counterpart in Auburn is the other.
Does Lewiston have a railroad coming through Lewiston?
We have the Pan Am line that's comes over the river.
Yeah, I know. Once or twice a morning, I hear it. I
Yeah,
hear the whistle.
and that's it. And there's other rail activity underway.
So is there a really need for a board? But I thank you for, answering my question. I've been wondering. Even though I do like waking up to the whistle about 5 in the morning, yeah. And the next thing is on my punch list. I'm going to jump the railroad and head off with it one of these days as an adventure. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment? Administrator Hunter, Madam Clerk, I see conferring. Is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, and I will ask the city clerk to help me out, but the railroad board is a separate corporation. So they own property independent of the city and so forth. On the charter, section 8-05, section C, except as otherwise provided by the law, no person who holds an appointed office in the city government or is an employee of the city, including the school department, shall hold an elected office in city government. That is not part of our city government.
Thank you for the clarification. Further discussion from the council? Or I guess back to the council? Councilor Scott?
So I guess I would just ask, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, where Councilor Clement has already nominated, do we have to vote on that first? And then if we want another motion, if we wanted the original two? I'm just asking for clarification.
It's, Madam Clerk, I believe that if you are not in complete agreement with the motion, you'll need to vote it down and then perhaps suggest another one.
Right, and so at this point, two applicants have been nominated, and we would vote on nominees individually. So any counselor has a right to nominate anyone that they are interested in nominating. The appointment portion is number 2.
So we are going to vote on nominees individually.
If there are more than 2, yes, because then you would need to do motion number 2, which is to actually appoint. At this point, you're just reviewing the applications and nominating is that first step. Any member of the body is entitled to nominate someone, and if there are more than the slots, then would do an individual votes.
I understand.
Thank you.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to nominate Bruce Damon and Monique Roy to serve again on the board. Thank you.
At this point, we have all 3 applicants nominated, and we'll be voting individually. Is that correct? Okay. Further discussion from the council?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor LaChapelle?
I think Attorney Mitchell Roberge would be an excellent addition to the Railroad Board. I'm supporting his nomination.
Councillor Clement?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, since the question was raised, I am familiar with Mr. Roberge, Councillor Roberge. He is an admitted member of the main bar, and I think he would make an excellent addition, given the fact that they deal with things having to do with realty, real estate, and that sort of thing. I can't see any reason why he would not be considered. And giving the mayor's penchant for new blood on some of our boards and everything like that, I think this would be a great way to affect that. I thank you.
I would like to remind the council that I do not have a vote at this time. Councillor Scott?
Yes, I would just like to remind the board that we do have a lawyer on there. Mr. Clifford is a lawyer as well. So I don't see that as being a reason to replace an existing member. Thank you.
Councillor McCarthy?
I happen to agree with Linda. I think that I haven't heard any reason not to re-elect Monique Roy. So I think that we should, I support her. Also, she's in my ward, so I should support her one way or another. But I see no reason to replace her on the board at this point in time, so I am throwing my support behind her.
Further discussion from the council? Madam Clerk, what order will we be voting in, just for clarification?
Probably alphabetical order, which also happens to be the order that they were nominated in, if that's okay, so we'll just vote on individually.
Okay. Excuse me 1 second,
Oh, sorry.
Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Further discussion from the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote in the order you so wish.
Thank you. And just as a procedural reminder, since there are only 2 vacancies and 2 openings, you can only vote yes for 2 of the 3, just to clarify. So thank you.
I trust that you'll be keeping track of this, Madam Clerk.
We will. But just a reminder. So for those who are interested in appointing Bruce Damon to the Railroad Board, so Bruce's nomination is up, so you could vote in the affirmative if you wanted to appoint Mr. Damon. So Councillor from Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
No.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
And Ward 1?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 6 to 1. The next one would be Mr. Roberge, Councillor from Ward 2?
No.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
And Ward 1?
No.
Let's see, motion failed by a vote of 3 to 4. Thank you. And then for Monique Roy, Councillor from Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
No.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
No.
Ward 7?
Yes.
And Ward 1?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 5 to 2. So the nominees would be Mr. Damon and Ms. Roy. So then the motion would be in order at the bottom of your book to appoint Mr. Damon and Ms. Roy as Lewiston directors on the Lewiston and Auburn Railroad Company Board of Directors for a 3-year term, said term to expire April 2025.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Councillor Pease, followed by Councillor Scott. Yes. Further discussion at this point? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Sure. Councillor from Ward 2?
Yes.
3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
No.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Abstain.
Ward 7?
Yes.
And Ward 1?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 5 to 1.
Madam Clerk, am I to understand we are on agenda item number 10?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Item number 10, resolve, recommending the appointment of a proxy to vote the shares of the Lewiston directors of the Lewiston Auburn Railroad Company as a single block as determined by the majority of the Lewiston directors. There are 2 items for requested action. The first item is to nominate a Lewiston director from the Lewiston and Auburn Railroad Company to serve as the proxy to cast the vote on behalf of the shareholders at the upcoming LARC annual meeting.
Yes, make a motion.
Councillor McCarthy.
Do we have to make a motion on
I guess, could there be, Director Jeffers, if you could explain this agenda item, that'd be wonderful.
This is one of those ones where I like having an attorney on the board because it is the most quirky group of bylaws. But it does say that at the annual meeting, the shareholders, which are you all, it's the city of Lewiston, the city of Auburn, needs to appoint a proxy to vote the shares of the corporation, which would be to instill these two members. And in the past, it has been me, and it can be anybody. It's just by past practice it has ended up being me. When I'm on the board, I normally do not have a vote. I'm at every meeting. I participate in the discussion. And I will also say, generally, the board, I can't say we used to be more unanimous, both Lewiston and Auburn. Most of the time, votes are pretty unanimous. Occasionally, there will be a dissenting vote on when decisions are made. But this is really a non-effectual. It's more pro forma than anything else.
I would recommend to the council that they nominate Director Jeffers. Councilor LaChapelle?
So moved.
And a second?
I'll second.
Councilor McCarthy. Discussion? Public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Great. So the nomination is to appoint Mr. Jeffers as the Lewiston proxy. So Councilor from Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5? Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
And Ward 1?
Yes.
Thank you. And then the second item for requested action is to approve the resolve recommending the appointment of a proxy to serve to vote the shares of the Lewiston directors of the Lewiston Auburn Railroad Company as a single block as determined by the majority of the Lewiston directors.
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Harriman, followed by Councilor Clement. Discussion on this item? Public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5? Yes. Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 11.
Item number 11, order authorizing execution of municipal quitclaim deeds for real estate located at 7 Toll Street and 53 Morse Avenue. Requested action to approve the orders authorizing execution of municipal quitclaim deeds for real estate located at 7 Toll Street and 53 Morse Avenue.
So moved.
Councilor Jelinas, followed by Councilor Pease. Discussion? Public comment? Public comment is now closed, and I am now recognizing Councilor Pease.
Yes, I'm in favor of this, but I'm looking at all the times this has been done on this property is like getting monotonous. This is quite a few. You know, and we got to be able to do something. You know, and I don't know what that would be, so I'm just curious.
Administrator Hunter, would you like to offer a clarifying comment?
I'm assuming you're speaking of 53 Morris Street, or Avenue, sorry. The council, past councils have not necessarily felt comfortable with foreclosing on an inhabited house and recognizing that if something were to happen, we would, based upon the matured liens, be able to secure it when the house is sold, and that's what's happened in this case.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Councilor from Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Reports and updates from councilors? Councilor LaChapelle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last week, we had our meeting of the Lewiston Auburn Watershed Protection Commission. Mr. Mayor was there and two other councilors. At that time, I found it more of an organizational meeting than anything else because of the resignation of two of the clerks, chairperson. What it came down to is we elected a new chair. Evan Sear is the new chair from Auburn, and they elected me as vice chair from the city of Lewiston. We crafted a letter to be read at the Auburn City Council this evening, just conferring what the commission has said over the years, that they do not support continued growth in the watershed area. I have more information I'd like to share Thursday and bring some more pertinent information when we talk. So I just wanted to give you the quick update right now. The Auburn City Council is not voting on anything this evening. They're receiving that information. They will be voting on it at their next regular, they had a budget workshop tonight. They will be voting on it at the next regular meeting. They are also going to first and second reading and pass it, and they're planning on issuing building permits the next day in that area. So that's the plan for right now. But I'll have more information Thursday when we can sit down and speak more.
I believe you're referring to Tuesday, the 26th.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Tuesday the 26th, yes, thank you.
Anything further, Councillor LaChapelle?
No, thank you.
Councillor McCarthy.
A couple of Sundays ago, I attended a meeting over in Auburn of a group of concerned citizens, and thank you, Mayor, for the cookies. They were very good. It was a group of concerned citizens about what's happening in Auburn. They're very concerned about the lake and the rezoning. At the meeting, there was 2 petitions that have been put forward. One against the rezoning of the Court Street corridor, and the other one is a rezoning of the 148 acres around Lake Auburn. And they've drafted and they're ready to move forward with a petition on if they adopt the changes to the septic systems. They're forming a committee. You've seen the signs. The signs originally were just a message, Protect Lake Auburn, but that's what they're going to call their group, Protect Lake Auburn. They're looking at forming a PAC. But one of the resounding things they said to us is, I hope that we have your support. I was one of the few Lewiston residents, and of course, being on the council, I was a target of many conversations, but they appreciate the letters that went out. They appreciate our legal standing, and they hope that we stand firm with them in protecting their lake.
Just for clarification, I thank you, Councillor McCarthy, and I would just like to reiterate that it is our lake.
Yes.
Councillor Scott.
Councillor Harriman.
Councillor Harriman.
That's all right. I just have 3 quick updates. So last week on the 14th, the Transit Committee met. One thing to mention, I guess, is that we've got 3 brand new buses that are going into service in the next couple weeks. So that'll be a nice upgrade to our fleet. This was not discussed in the meeting, but just in the news, yesterday or either yesterday or today, the mask mandate on public transportation has been repealed at the court level, and the purple bus is no longer enforcing that, just so people are aware. Next thing is the Housing Committee. On the 13th, we had a presentation from Madam Clerk about the rental registration program, and there was strong support amongst the committee members to keep that going. And then the Ad Hoc Shelter Committee also met on the 13th. I was able to make it to the second half of the meeting. I had an appointment. We met Jessica Chow at that meeting, who's the new regional hub coordinator under Maine Housing's new strategy there are 9 hub coordinators in the state to try to address the issue of homelessness. We also discussed terminology, so everyone could be on the same page about what various terms mean. We discussed the different zoning and permitting regulations that are currently existing at different levels regarding shelters. And our next meeting is on Wednesday, the 27th at 9:30, and everyone is welcome to attend. We take public comment. You can also, any counselors who want to email me, you can email me with any concerns or questions that you might have, and I'll bring them up at the meeting. That's it.
Further updates from the council? Councilor Jelinas?
Two quick ones. We had our first formal ad hoc committee on substance use and recovery last Friday, April 15th. And we'll be meeting actually on a monthly basis, the third Friday of every month from 10 to 11:30. So folks are welcome to attend. It's a diverse committee, and a lot of real healthy conversation went on there. Spent a lot of time identifying, like, you know, what do we actually have in this community? What don't we have? Really feeling that that's a major point to clarify before we move on. So we'll spend a bit more time doing that, trying to be very thorough about the different areas that pertain to substance use and recovery. So people are welcome to attend if they'd like. And like I said, that's going to be the third Friday of every month. Oh, yeah. And also, we had a...
Please continue, Councilor Jelinas.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had the Lewiston Area Public Health Committee also met last week, and we're in our beginning stages of planning our second Rally for Recovery, which is going to be held again at Kennedy Park on September 17th. So if folks are interested in joining forces and helping organize that event, please let me know. Our meeting next month will actually be an on-site. We're going to be supporting Central Maine Healthcare is going to be doing their open house for their cancer, the new, what do they call it, cancer care unit, is that correct? So that's going to be on May 12th, Thursday, from 3 to 5 o'clock.
Councilor Scott?
Thank you, Mayor. May I ask Councilor Jelinas just to email us those dates, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Further updates from the council?
Question, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Clement?
We have a workshop Thursday, is that correct?
Yes, we do.
6 p.m.
There's a presentation, and then there's the budget workshop that follows.
Thank you, Councilor Clement. Any other updates or news? Or Councilor Jelinas?
Just wanted to say thank you to those that showed up last Saturday and did the, cleaning up the city. That was a lot of fun. And just a whole lot of people showed up to volunteer. And so that was great. Thank you.
Councilor Scott?
I just want to add to that it was pretty amazing, actually. Just about every elementary school, every park, several neighborhoods. I mean, there was a turnout, and I heard from, it's something that I do every year. I do it twice a year, sometimes more than that. And I heard so many comments about there being, this is the first time they've seen so many elected officials and city and folks in the community coming out to be part of this, and it was a phenomenal thing. I mean, the whole youth advisory committee was there, several counselors, school board members. I mean, it was pretty impressive. So thank you.
A fun time had by all.
Yeah.
Councilor Scott? Harriman?
Just to let everyone know, I really wanted to be there, but I was sick all weekend, so I was not able to make it.
We talked about you constantly. Councilor McCarthy?
One of the things I want to do is I want to give a shout out to the Friends of Pettingill Park.
Oh, yeah.
Because that was the first place we went, and after 5 minutes we left because there was nothing to pick up.
Yeah.
They do a wonderful job of keeping that park clean. It's busy, and I was very pleased at the lack of trash that we found.
Further updates? Councilor Clement?
I was not with Councilor Harriman, but I was down with pneumonia over the weekend.
Oh, no.
Did not really want to go out in the rain and pick stuff up, but I noticed nobody came by and picked up my yard either, so. Win-win situation.
Didn't realize it was a park.
Well, I was going to name it after the day.
Further updates? Next agenda item, which would be new business, is there any? Councilor LaChapelle?
Mr. Mayor, since we have a moratorium in place, I'd like to ask what the procedure is now for us to start working on drafting ordinance, drafting language, correct, that we have something in place for rules and regulations for shelters. How do we proceed and where do we go from here? So I'd like to start working on that immediately. And where do we go from here?
Administrator Hunter, would you like to comment on that?
Certainly. One option, obviously, is to look at the work the ad hoc committee is doing. Another option would be to see other ordinances as a sampling and see what you like and what you don't like with those other ordinances and draft our own. If there are particular elements any of the counselors would like to have researched, we could look at that. That was one of my questions back to all of the council is, okay, now that we have this in place, how do you want to get information so you feel comfortable about approving something that has the components that you're looking for in it?
Okay. May I continue?
Councilor LaChapelle, please continue.
So does this mean we should put this as an agenda item so we can discuss it? Is this going to be a workshop? How do we move forward? I'd like to move forward on it. And yes, I have a bunch of questions and some input. So are we just going to list this as a agenda item that we start putting our input on, or how do we proceed?
Your thoughts?
I would suggest a workshop initially to gather the information that you're looking for, and what kind of timetable you are looking at, recognizing there's only one meeting in July and one meeting in August. So looking at, I think Co-Chair Saddlemeyer had mentioned that they're looking at having the ad hoc committee report back on July 1st. So the meeting for July is the 19th. I would suggest that potentially that is one opportunity to maybe have a co-workshop and bring any information that we have up to that point, as well as share what the subcommittee has to report out as of that date. And then we could schedule kind of an information gathering of what the council's looking for, probably in June. So you would have 2 workshops, and then by August, you would be ready to potentially vote on something.
So we'd have a workshop before July?
Correct.
Okay.
So it would be one workshop to gather information.
Correct.
And what direction you want to head. And then the second would be a joint workshop and listen to what the ad hoc committee is reporting out, as well as what information that we have to respond to the requests that you've made.
So the ad hoc committee will report independently of the council's licensing initiatives, I guess. What do you mean by a joint workshop?
It would happen at the same time. I'm reserving July 19th for both report outs.
Okay, you're saying that the workshops would simply happen on the same day?
Correct.
Thank you. Councilor Pease?
So is it my understanding?
No, please continue, Councilor Pease.
Is it my understanding that we can approach some of the department heads for information that we're looking for, or is that something we're just going to make a list later and then approach it that way?
I would prefer to be able to kind of summarize everything, so everything is kind of in one place, and then we go out and then bring the information back, if that works out.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor McCarthy?
So it would be another ordinance that we would be passing, correct?
Sorry. Oh, I thought you.
Oh, no, I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay, so
It
we
would be similar to what you did with the marijuana ordinance.
But moving forward, if we're comfortable with what we're going to be moving forward with, we can lift the moratorium before we pass the ordinance, correct?
I would think since you went through all of that, that you would pass the ordinance and then lift the moratorium at the very next agenda item.
Okay. Oh, I see. Thank you.
Councillor Clement?
Councilor McCarthy's point, I believe we can lift the moratorium.
Do you mind speaking to the mic for our audience at home? Thank you.
I believe to Councilor McCarthy's point, we could probably lift that moratorium at any time. It's not necessary that we go the full 6 months. That's what I'm hearing anyway. Thank you.
At this point, I would like to offer my feedback to the council. I think that licensing restrictions and an ordinance for a homeless shelter is completely misguided, and I think at the very least, we should let the ad hoc shelter committee report back before making any decisions like that. Thank you.
Isn't that what we just said? Okay, maybe I'm confused. Isn't that what we just
Councillor
said?
LaChapelle, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe my grasp of the English language is laxing at this point in time, but I thought that's what we just said. We're going to have a meeting, a workshop to request some information, just share that with the administration. Nothing's going to be done. We're just going to share what we're looking for, and then the next workshop, after we hear the presentation from that ad hoc committee, then we can start talking about it. Is that my understanding of what's the procedure, City Administrator?
Administrator Hunter.
You would have the presentation from the ad hoc committee at that same time frame.
Mm-hmm.
I would also be preparing the answers to the information you requested. And then at that point in time, I'm hoping the council would provide direction on what elements they want to include in the actual ordinance.
So, may I continue, Mr. Mayor?
Councillor LaChapelle.
So at that point, we're not making any recommendations or anything before the ad hoc committee comes out.
That is not my intention.
That wasn't our intention either. Okay, so I just heard the commentary from the mayor, and I thought that's what we were talking about anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LaChapelle. Administrator Hunter, so what would be discussed exactly at the workshop? This first workshop?
The first workshop would be direction on information that you would like to see incorporated in a proposed ordinance. And as I mentioned, we could look at others. We could look at criteria that we've used for current similar situations. That would be up to the council to provide direction on. And then during the July workshop, because it's an hour workshop before the council meeting, it would be 2 half-hour sessions. One, the report out from the ad hoc committee. One, providing elements based upon what you've directed us to research and to provide answers on, and to start drafting a proposed ordinance. So at that point, the council could provide direction from both workshops for direction to actually look at an actionable item at a council meeting.
I definitely see the Councillor for Moore's point. I guess the order in which we're proceeding kind of just assumes that we're going to be having an ordinance, and I'm not sure that discussion on licensing or regulations is even worthwhile until we have heard the report back from the shelter committee. Councillor LaChapelle.
I'm looking forward to doing this until 11 o'clock tonight, so let's continue. I guess I would disagree, and if it requires a vote of the council, I'd like to move forward and see how we can help out some shelters and get it up and running. So our intention was, and if it's required for a vote, I would make a motion that, okay, I want to word this properly. I make a motion at this point that we have a workshop so that we can speak to staff on what our desires are or questions are and concerns to a shelter for rules and regulations. That was very long-winded. If you can make that shorter, I'm open to that.
We have a point of order. Councilor Herman?
I believe in order to make a motion at this time, we would have to suspend the rules.
Next meeting.
For the love of God. Okay. Oh, I said I'd
Please.
go to 11, so I'm,
Please continue, Councilor LaChapelle.
thank you, Councilman Harriman. Okay, I will refrain because I'm afraid I'm going to start becoming very sarcastic, so I will just hold this off until the next meeting.
Just for a point of clarification, Administrator Hunter, would I guess holding a workshop require a vote or okay.
You, as a body, voted to put a moratorium in place to seek information. So I need direction from the body to determine, once that moratorium is over, what direction are we heading on?
Thank you. Councilor Pease.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess if we don't get ball rolling on this, we're going to be delaying it and delaying it. That's only going to delay this moratorium. It's only going to keep this going. I'm looking at the dates as well. You know, if we put this off till the next one, then when's the next possible meeting?
Well, from my schedule, or I guess I'm not understanding your question.
If we hold off on this until our next regular meeting, which is on
May 3rd.
May 3rd, and you're proposing have a joint workshop on what day? Oh, in July?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll withdraw it then.
Okay.
I thought it was.
I guess any other new business from the council? Councilor Clement?
Just a quick question. The mayor's ad hoc committee is charged with reporting back to the council as of what date?
If I remember right, I think the council, or I mean, sorry, the mayoral committee was running through, I think, July 31st, but I will have to double check that. I have a few committees going.
In an effort to move things along, I suppose, that procedural question, the council could direct a report from the committee prior to that 31st. I mean, I'd like to get things moving on this. If there are some recommendations to come, I understand Councilor LaChapelle's point, but I would like to hear from the committee first before we delve into anything to see if we have need for any regulations, licensing, whatever. But I think it's imperative that we listen to the committee first. So I would prefer that we have a report by, I believe Mr. Saddlemeyer said tonight, July 1st.
No, and I appreciate that, Councilor Clement. If it pleases the council, I will talk with the co-chairs and then perhaps determine there could be a progress report before the full report, and perhaps that could be at an upcoming meeting. But I before I speak, since I do not chair this committee, I would like to speak with them.
Fair enough.
I will do that this week and then email the council. At this point, if there's no objections, can I have a motion to adjourn? Councilor Pease, followed by Councilor Clement. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7? Yes. Ward 1?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.